Need to get your
All right, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we are live right now for Tough Talk 2024. Ray, you want to do the intro? I know you're excited to do that. And I mean, nobody's probably watching yet, but
no, not at all. Listen, I just it's happy for all of us to be here, and it's not just the four of us here on screen, right? We have three other people here that could lend a voice to this historic presidential
just
election,
turn the
as we
volume down.
might say, every 4 years that we have it. But there's Dave, you would agree, and Desmond and Ivan, you would agree too, that there is never a time where there have been two separate directional paths to how the America will be for the next 4 years and beyond, other than these two candidates. Wouldn't you agree? Huh?
Yeah, Ray, I would agree. I
Well,
think we have not had two more polarizing figures, both actively pursuing the highest office in our country, and I'm very interested to see how tonight shakes out.
gentlemen, we should probably go through and introduce ourselves, right? I mean, we're picking this up like we did this in 2016 and 2020, and like we never stopped. But why don't we go down the line? I'll start first. My name is Dave Roush. Most of you who are watching through Facebook know me. I'm here in New York City. I'm originally from Western Pennsylvania. I'm a high school teacher, former television journalist. Don't do that anymore, thank God. Yeah, so go right across the couch. Ivan, why don't you go first?
Ivan Borras, former member of Bronx Community Board 12, New York City DOE, special education teacher.
Yeah, and I'm Raimundi, born and raised here in the Bronx. Happy to be here in Frog's Neck tonight. The journalist for 20 years, now do public affairs for a state agency.
And hello, everyone. My name is Desmond Rosa. I'm, again, born and raised here in the Bronx. Also, a proud DOE employee. I'm a dean of students at a middle school in the South Bronx.
And Dave, why don't we also talk about the other guests that we have here
Right, we
tonight?
do. We do have a live apartment audience. So we can we mention your name, or do you want to stay off the? You want to stay off the record?
Adrian won't say where I'm from, but
We can't see you, but it's all right. All right, we've got Adrian, we've got Ethan Porter, student at SUNY Maritime College. We've got Victor Pineda, also a student at SUNY Maritime College. So live studio audience, as they say, right, Ray?
Yeah,
There we
you
go.
got that right. And of course, we're watching everything unfold on TV. Of course, being fair and balanced. Of course, watching all the networks as we want to make sure that we're being as objective as possible, though of course giving a balanced opinion as we watch the results come in as we get later into the evening, Dave.
So you guys may notice I have headphones on. They don't. I'm actually managing the broadcast, so as you see cameras changing and things popping up and different things happening, I'm trying to manage that while being a part of the conversation. We're going to try to bring you, some highlights from CNN and Fox News as the technology allows. But we're doing something new this year, Ray. You want to tell everybody what we're doing new and different this year?
Well, yeah, I think should it relate to the fantastic program that you have that allows us to be able to stream the way we're doing with the technology of having the boxes and the graphics. Dave, thanks for that. Did I hit that on the nail there?
Well, that and more specifically about being inviting our audience to join the conversation.
So that's what I'm doing now. I don't want to look too rude or anything. I'm on the phone over here. I'm trying to text my loved ones and friends, asking them to tune in. So if you guys see me, that's what I'm doing right now. And then hopefully I'll be able to put this away in a few.
So what I'm trying to do here is test out our ability. There we go. So we got a little Fox News action happening there.
So
Trying-
we're here. I got somebody saying that they're hearing a lot of echo and feedback.
Echo and feedback. All right, I'll see what I can do about that. Is it? Can you ask your friend? Is it? They're hearing. They're probably hearing me coming through two different microphones, I think. So let me work on that. Let me work.
Okay,
on
no
that.
problem. And they also they made the same suggestion of putting me in the middle like an Oreo.
That's right.
I did mention that, didn't I?
Yeah,
I
you
mentioned
did.
that. I
You
said
did,
we should put you in the
did,
middle and
you
look like an
did,
Oreo
Dave,
cookie.
you did. Listen, and that's what, and for those of you that have tuned in, that's what this is all about. It's exactly that. It's tough talk. We are friends and family, and brothers before anything and after everything as well. So although we have different opinions, different insight, at the end of the day, we still love each other, right?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
absolutely. I think that's what makes it so special, Ivan. You hit it right on the nail. We each have different opinions, and that's what's great about it. We each have our own different opinions as well,
Absolutely.
which makes this so dynamic in many ways, right, Desmond?
Absolutely, absolutely, and I think it's our different opinions that make this show and make this coming together every 4 years such an enjoyable experience for all of us, and hopefully for all of you who choose to tune in and share this momentous occasion that only happens in our country once every 4 years with us.
Yeah.
So I'm doing a little bit of audio testing here. So Ivan, if you could ask your friends and family members watching, I think what's happening is we're getting audio from my microphone here at the desk on top of your microphone. So I'm going to try to mute myself when I'm not speaking. Ivan, if you could ask your friends if it seems to improve starting from here forward, if you could ask
Okay,
them
as
that.
soon as I get it, we have a shout out from Mr. Escudero. He told everybody to say what's good, so he's saying what's good to us.
Hey.
That's right. He was
All right,
supposed to be here.
he's
Yeah.
missing, definitely.
And just as a reminder, because I know Ray comes from the world of television, but Ivan, if you're looking at the audience, look at that laptop screen right in front of you. That's where your camera is. So when you're looking over here at me, it looks like you're looking off into Never Neverland.
Got it. So
look
I'm
at that
looking at-
laptop.
I'm
There
looking
you
at the
go.
laptop.
When you're
All
talking
right.
to your audience, that's where you want to
All
look.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so Dave, I think what's interesting is that the fact that they're, how we voted, right? As we get into tonight, and how we have even a varying ways of how we voted. There's two of us here in your living room who voted early,
Yep.
whereas these two gentlemen beside me and Adrian as well, off camera, voted today. Why don't you guys talk to me? What was your experience about voting today? What did you see with the lines? How did it feel going to the polls?
Yeah, so in my family, voting is a big thing. I talk to my children as they come of age and become voting age of the importance of being a part of the democratic process. My daughter, when she became 18 or voting age 4 years ago, we went and we voted 6 a.m. As soon as the polls opened. This year, another one of my daughters have reached the ripe age of 18 years old, and we continued the tradition in my family, my wife and I, and she joined her older sister and my wife by voting. So the four of us went 6 a.m. We were at the polls and we voted this morning.
Yeah, very nice. Dave, you submitted your absentee ballot how many weeks ago?
Oh, I don't know. Probably maybe 3 weeks ago. I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Oh, wow, look at that. And then Ivan, you went to the polls today too.
I went to the polls today. What I did notice, I would say about 90% female turnout in at my voting site in particular, and it was just interesting to see.
Yeah, I have a question. Why didn't you participate in early voting? Was it important to do it today or scheduling? Well, I want to get the opinion.
That's actually a good question. So for me personally, I think I've always been skeptical of the early voting, not knowing whether, being skeptical of where my actual vote was actually going. So for me, it was like, listen, I'm going to do it on that day, as it has been traditionally done, and I decided to do it today.
And Desmond, is the same sentiment for you?
Similar sentiment for me. I guess I enjoy the excitement of getting up on election day morning, knowing the polls have just opened, knowing that there's going to be a potential of lines, and kind of the frenzy of making sure that this is the day when the majority of the country is going out to have their voices heard and their ballots counted and their votes, counted. And so I look forward to election day.
Yeah.
And I'm a little leery about early voting.
Really about early voting. Adrian, you too, right? You did. I know Adrian's off camera here, but you voted today. Why didn't you participate in early voting?
Not gonna lie, wasn't really anything that. Oh, already.
Give him the mic here.
We're recording. We don't need to be recording on that mic. Doing technical stuff, folks. All right.
Yeah.
I was supposed to go early voting, but a couple of things came out.
Supposed to go on Sunday, and I'm doing a whole renovation at the house, so nothing much I can do on that part. But I was supposed to go early voting. But as soon as I went into the first day, 6:30 a.m., walked to the ballot, there was nobody there for me. So nice in and out.
Yeah, yeah. Very interesting to hear that. People's confidence change when it comes to voting before election day and voting now. I think that's very interesting perspective, Dave. And it's not just about the presidential election. There's a lot of key races going on across New York, across the country as well, that have a lot of implications for tonight, right, Dave?
Yeah, and I know you're tossing to me for that, but I don't have all those details. All I know is AOC's seat is up, and I would like to see her go.
Well,
I concur.
there it is. Opinions shooting right out the gate here, huh?
I concur.
Yeah, all right. AOC, one of the many seats up. I know my congressional seat is up as well. There was propositions here in New York City for people to vote on as well. A lot of them affecting the city charter. I know, Dave, you had some state seats up back out in Pennsylvania as well. Um,
Yeah,
um,
Casey's seat was up. I don't remember who he's running against, to be honest with you.
yeah, yeah. Maybe it was Dave Sunday. I do remember that name from the ballot you showed me.
The things Ray remembers.
So, right now, we're watching these results coming in. We're only seeing 5%, the 10% of the voting coming in. CNN projecting right now 90 to 27. We're still very early. There's polls closing within the next 5 minutes coming along. I think we should kind of shift here to like what exactly we felt over the last couple of days in terms of the final push for each of the presidential candidates, and what you thought how they did leading up to today. Let's start with you, Desmond.
Wow. I felt that Kamala had going back a little further than the last couple of days, I think she had, of the two, the most energetic and robust campaign and robust convention of the both of them. I think she had a lot of steam coming out of the convention. I think she had a blockbuster whirlwind tour around the country, star-studded. And I really think that she did a good job of covering a lot of land with a little bit of time. She came in very late, having to take over from the sitting president midway through this campaign. So it was an uphill battle from the start. But I applaud her effort. I think she gave it the old college try. I think she threw her back into the work. And I think it's going to pay dividends as it comes down to tonight, and the rest of these ballots begin to come in some of these battleground states. So I think we're in for some shocks here, ladies and gentlemen. So stay tuned.
Was that a play on words, Desmond? She threw her back into the work?
Absolutely.
Oh boy, much to the chagrin of David. Ivan, your take here, or how do you think both candidates did? Who do you think had the stronger final push into the days leading up to tonight?
I definitely think Kamala had a stronger push. I mean, at least in the eyes of, here we are. We're here in New York. We're on the east, the East Coast. We're in the North, So maybe that's where I personally predominantly saw a greater push for Kamala here, especially with all the celebrities. I don't know how she was able to get them or to endorse her, but she obviously did. So I do think there was a greater push.
Yeah, Democrats usually more tend to have the endorsement of the Hollywood and celebrities who tend to vote more Democratic.
Nevertheless, though, I mean, the question is was America's mind already made up despite that huge push? And I think for me, my mind was already made up. And so all of that push, it didn't do anything for me personally, but I guess we'll see what the rest of the country had to think.
Thought about the final days leading up. How did you feel about both candidates and how they did?
I think the momentum, I think the momentum swung in Trump's direction at the end. I think that, you believe what you see on the internet. I don't believe what I see on TV anymore. but if you believe what you see on the internet, it sounds like Trump's rallies were well attended. They were high energy. I think that in a lot of cases with Vice President Harris, you had a lot of people coming to see a free concert.
Yes.
And, they came to see a concert by Beyonce, and they were left quite disappointed when she didn't sing a single note. You talk about Philadelphia, right? The last, was it last night or 2 nights ago?
Yeah.
Star-studded list of celebrities, a lot of performers. They had a DJ and all that. At one point, the DJ was having to beg people not to leave. Okay? So, we'll see. The media would have you believe that the Kamala energy is through the roof, and, I've started to shift my observations more toward X and more towards podcasts, and I think the energy was with Trump at the end.
Yeah, many people will say too.
My mic wasn't on for any of that. I apologize.
Oh.
So they probably heard me
Wow.
echoing across the room.
Can you repeat
So what I was
that?
saying was, I think the energy was more with Trump at the end. I think that a lot of people came out to Kamala's events looking for concerts, looking for entertainment. And, in some cases they got entertainment, but in many cases they didn't. I think there was a lot of disappointment when all the hype was drawn up about Beyonce going out and speaking, and some news stations that said she was going to perform. She didn't perform. Cardi B did not perform. Cardi B couldn't read a prompter. The prompter was broken. Cardi B was lost for words until her assistant brought her cell phone up and she had to read off the cell phone. I just don't think the Kamala campaign had it together. It just didn't feel well put together to me.
Yeah, many people would say that the purpose was not about their performance. Listen, that rally that happened in Houston with Beyonce on Friday, she was very upfront in the first place that she wasn't there as a celebrity or an actor. She was there in terms of how important this was, and particularly for reproductive rights, and particularly for her being a parent. Same thing with JLo in Nevada. That late rally that they had on Friday night, where JLo's message was clear about the consequential decisions that came, which I think in many ways, I'd agree with you, Desmond, that it resonated in the ways, issue focused. I agree with you with last night. Lady Gaga performed. That was her role there. But then you had star power of Oprah, and Oprah, the soundbite that everybody was playing was about the consequential differences that came about with this decision making of what will happen in the next couple of days whenever we find out who the next president is.
That's funny because I actually saw it the opposite. So I actually posed this question on Facebook, and I haven't posted anything on Facebook for quite some time, and for personal reasons, and maybe I'll get into that tonight. But I haven't posted anything in quite some time, and I posed an open question, and that was if nearly 50% of the American voters are voting in the opposing favor, right? Why hasn't the Harris or the Harris administration or Biden? That's why I don't even know, right? Who is it, right? But anyway, why didn't they do anything to actually get to those voters? Instead, they focused on entertainers and all kinds of stuff to entice us to actually vote. I mean, for me, that was a slap in the face to say, do you think that we're not intelligent enough to, to see the effort that you're, giving us to appease us or to make things better or to fix things, or, obviously because we don't agree with what has been done over the last 4 years. So this is what you give us. You give us entertainment. You know what I mean?
Well, many people will argue about the fact that the Harris's campaign, particularly the ground game in battleground states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, was a lot stronger than Trump ever was. I mean, there was video just as early as last night showing Vice President Harris kind of door knocking, going door to door herself, surprising people to try to get out that vote.
But did you see what she had to do with the family she door knocked? Did you see, Ray? The family was outside waiting for her on the porch steps. She had them go back in the house to stage the door knock.
I think that's part of
Propaganda.
about how it looks. That's what a lot of people say on the other side. Whether or not that was actually the case is true, but that's about opinion. I wouldn't say that's necessarily fact.
Yeah, and to just comment on the use of celebrity in presidential campaigns, I mean, I don't think that what Kamala has done is too far left of what has been done and what has become commonplace in national elections. There is a degree of pageantry that we've grown accustomed to in national elections. In terms of bringing in stars that have a degree of gravitas, with
money.
and money in general elections and public national elections to bring influence or to garner support.
Absolutely.
But let me throw a question
I'm
out there.
sorry. Wait, go ahead.
Go ahead, Ivan.
So my thing, my rebuttal to that is, what do these people have anything in common with us, the American people? These are people that they don't live the same lives that we do. So why am I listening to somebody who doesn't have to worry about the price of gas the way I do, who has to worry about
Do
putting
you think
food on the
Trump
table?
has to worry about that too?
No, but I know that this administration is the ones who are I don't want to say in charge, but they're the ones that are in place right now to not had allowed this to happen, and it has.
I want to throw something out there about rallies and about celebrities. You know, one of the things, if you watched closely, you had Donald Trump out there with folks like the family of Corey Comparatori. That's my brother trying to call in. Sorry, Matt, we're live. You want to join the Zoom? I'll send you the link. Somebody let Matt know we're live streaming, please.
Hey, Matt, we're live streaming if you're watching.
And I lost my camera because of Matt. Thank you very much. I don't know what that was about. I lost the. Let's try it again. Lost the camera. So you guys are gonna have to just listen to me till I get this camera fixed. What was interesting was that you had Trump had the family of Corey Comparatori, the firefighter who was killed at his rallies. He had the families of the young women who were killed by undocumented migrants in migrant crime at his rallies, right? Who delivers the more powerful message? A celebrity or someone who is directly impacted by the policies? In my mind, in my opinion, I think it was better having real people affected by policy decisions than celebrities.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there, and I think both campaigns did that well. I would argue for the Harris campaign that she had, as she did during the convention, those who have been directly affected by the reproductive laws that have come across the country, which is a really big focus of the campaign. And she used other examples as well for that. And two, the Trump campaign also used celebrity to their game, which I in my opinion, at least, I would say, Dave, I don't see any problem with that as well. I mean, from Hulk Hogan to Elon Musk, and you name it, they were there as well to provide their influence during that time. Here in New York, it was the who's who of Republican elected officials that were part of the big rally that happened 2 Sundays ago here. So, I will be quite honest though. Did Trump focus on that more with his rallies? Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's part of the success of that campaign going into tonight.
I think you also comes to mind is the caliber of celebrity, right? You can't compare a Hulk Hogan to a Beyonce. You can't even compare him to a J-Lo.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I would argue. My response to that, Ivan, would argue about the fact, and there was a conversation that Dave and I have been having over the last couple of days. Of what platforms President Trump chose that also got as much viewership as the people watching that. The fact that he went on Joe Rogan, gave him 3 hours. How many views was that, Dave? Over 40
over 40 million.
40 million views.
Well, while we're on that subject, I'd like to hear the couch. I'd like to hear your thoughts. Of course, the situation was. Let me get my camera back here. The situation was Joe Rogan invited both candidates on the podcast. Very well regarded podcast, hot, big audience. Trump agreed to it, went down to Austin, Texas, spent 3 hours talking to him. J.D. Vance did the same thing. Kamala Harris was invited on, and Kamala said, Joe, I'd rather you fly to me where I'm going to be because I'm too busy to come see you down there in Austin. And oh, by the way, I'm only going to do an hour. And Joe Rogan very politely said, thanks, but no thanks.
No thanks.
What do you guys think about that? Was that a swing and a miss for the Harris campaign?
Well, I'll offer my opinion first. My response to that is, I think the Harris and Walz campaign was focused on talking directly to the American people. In comparison to Trump, she at least gave an option. It had to be under her parameters, which is fair, and she was willing to at least give an hour of that time. If Mr. Rogan and his team wasn't allotting for that, then her focus and goal was particularly focused on the key places that she wanted to go to talk directly to the American people. I think in that instance that's fair. I think she's more than willing, showed her ability to go on platforms that I guess are not Democratic friendly. She did that interview with Brett Baer just a couple of weeks ago as well. There was some tension, argue with that, and I'm sure Dave will talk about. But overall, I think that her ability to amend, especially since she was criticized right after the convention of not doing enough interviews, to amend to do interviews for other platforms and not democratically favorable, she did pretty good on.
Oh, we have a projection. Is that a projection from?
About
We've
Ohio?
got our graphics guy Victor over here. Victor, what do you have for us? And did we see that projected by? Was that? All right. So thank you very much, Victor, for running the graphics.
That's right.
We see Jefferson County there. Oh, let me get this. We got Jefferson County there, not right very near to my home county in Clearfield, Pennsylvania. We got for those on the couch. I'm able to get Fox News up here, so we're seeing.
Awesome.
We're seeing. You guys have CNN on the TV. Maybe I should make a match.
Key race alert.
What's that?
Key
We have a
race
key race alert. Okay, what's the key race alert?
North
Like
Carolina.
one of those bells. All right, it's only 21% in though. So we have Trump up 52% to Kamala's 46, with 21% of the vote in.
All right.
So
So it's still early
So
for
Dave,
those of you that are watching.
Talk to us about your feelings about the importance of Kamala if she has a path to the White House. Kamala winning North Carolina, Michigan, Pennsylvania.
What are my thoughts? Good luck.
Talk specifically about Pennsylvania, because you have some really strong feelings
So-
about her chances in the state of Pennsylvania, and that is a battleground state.
It is
very,
the
very
battleground
important.
state this year.
And Joe Biden has won it. Barack Obama has won it, and now it is up for grabs right now. It looks like
Well,
tonight.
so
talk to
when
us
you
about
think
that.
about Pennsylvania, right? Pennsylvania, we jokingly say Pennsylvania is Pittsburgh, Philly, and Alabama in the middle. They call it the Alabama T, right? The center of the state. But what you saw this year was a mobilization effort like I don't think we've seen in a long time. When you go on the internet and you see miles-long caravans of Amish buggies carrying Trump flags, when you see local residents rallying together vans, passenger vans, to take rural voters to the polls, I think it's really an effort on the part of the rural parts of Pennsylvania to try to outweigh the urban cities of Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and I guess Erie, Harrisburg, right? Allentown. I'm going to be very interested to see how Pennsylvania comes out. There was some talk that Republicans far out-registered Republicans, or at least the ratio of Republican to Democrat registrations was way, way higher than it was in 2020. So a real effort by Republicans in Pennsylvania to get out the vote, get the registrations up there, and do what they need to do to outweigh, the urban vote. There was also some talk among some commentators on X that it didn't feel like the urban vote was coming out. The turnout was not as good in the big cities as it normally is. So we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, and I think those are important points to make. But I think it's also important to recognize the fact too. I think there's a lot of ideology that the Democrats just focus on urban areas and don't appreciate or give attention or credence to those who are in more rural areas. I want to remind our audience and even the people
so
here.
So you send out the celebrities, right? The
those,
Cardi B's and
no. Actually, what I want to direct focus to is that people forget in September, there were more than or about 24 Republicans who took the trip out to rural Pennsylvania. I can't remember the county that it was right now. Part of those Republicans include former administration officials within the Trump administration, former Republican governors, including Christine Todd Whitman of New Jersey, that went and held a rally in a rural area showing their support for the Harris Waltz and her vision to unite the country and everything else that she says. That I thought was very profound, given the fact that it was Trump's own administration officials that gave that endorsement, and the sheer number of people, high stake level Republicans, that it seems like the Trump campaign hasn't been able to buy over.
All right, so guys, let me get my mic. Guys, we have our first guest. Are you guys excited for this?
Of course.
We have our first guest. So somebody wants to jump into the conversation. Now, for all those watching at home, I did test this one time before we went live tonight with my brother in Arkansas. No promises how this is going to look or sound or work, but we're going to give it the old college try anyway. So joining us from Cortland, New York, is Matthew Rivera. Now, Matthew, for a little background, is my former student from Truman High School. He also spent a couple of years in my hometown of Du Bois, Pennsylvania, while he attended Penn State University. And now he works upstate New York, working with youth. So let's get him into... Oh, hold on a second. We got a projection here before we get to Matthew. Victor's telling us... What do we have, Victor? 51 to 43. And do we know how much? We don't know what percent is in on that, I guess, huh? God.
Wasn't he losing Ohio? So he was losing. He was losing Ohio. Now he's
It's going to change as the night goes on.
I think that's something to pay attention to.
All right, so let's bring in Matt Rivera, everybody. Welcome, Matt. There's Matt there on Zoom.
Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for joining.
All right, let me just make sure that the couch can hear him, Matt. Matt, go ahead and talk to him again. Can you guys hear him out there? Hold on, Matt. Let me just make sure that the people at home can hear you. Let's try that again. Couch, can you hear Matt?
Nope.
Matt, talk to us.
Hey everybody, can everybody hear me?
Nope.
All right, it's a little bit low. Let me work on this, guys.
Computer, you could hear
Give me a moment. Let's see here. Output, external headphones. Let me crank this volume a little
What
bit.
are you drinking there, Matt?
Try it again, Matt.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
You're actually coming in really low. What microphone do you have set on your Zoom as your input mic? Are you calling from a phone?
Calling from my laptop. Let me see.
All right. Just maybe check your Zoom. We can hear it really low, right, guys?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we'll let it rock, Matt. We'll let it work. Hopefully, people at home are able to hear you. I think people at home can hear you. I'm seeing the little meters going on. So what do you want? You have a question for the group? You have something you want to chime in on? Oh, now I can't hear anything, Matt. What happened? Now we lost you altogether.
Is that better?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
There it is, yeah.
First, I want to say I'm glad you guys are doing this. I love what you guys are doing. I was watching since you guys signed on. So I love the conversation. I love the peacefulness of the conversation. And we really should push this type of conversation more. Just, cordial conversations like this. My question is, what do you guys think about Elon's claim that this will be the last fair election if Kamala Harris wins?
All right, so let me just repeat what he said. Pardon?
Yeah, I heard you.
All right.
I heard you.
All right, so the couch heard you. So couch, I'll let you guys address that. What do you think about Elon Musk's claim that this could be the last
truly democratic election we have if the Democrats win. And for background, maybe give a little explanation. The couch can give a little explanation why Elon said that.
So I mean, immediately it comes up, and then this is like the big buzzword. It's the C word, right? It's conspiracy, right? So with that being said, I mean that's why we chose to vote today versus mail-in vote. So I think with that being said, with everything that's happening, with AI, with everything being digital, with I mean, there's just so many caveats of ways that one can, I hate to say it, be cheated or or things, you know, at this point anything is possible. You know what I mean? And I mean, for him to say that is one thing. Yeah.
Matt wanted to jump in with something. Go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
Matt. I'm trying to play referee here with the audio.
No problem. Thank you for the great job. I just wanted to say, add a little context to the question. Elon Musk's claim was that the Democrats plan on giving all of the new migrants, illegal migrants, citizenship and advancing the process and moving them to swing states, which will cause, Democrats to win probably elections for the next 200 years.
Well,
That's
that's
kind of the
inevitable.
argument Elon made on Joe Rogan's talk.
I mean, I believe that's for me again. I'm just speaking for myself. I'm sure they have their own opinions. I think that's inevitable. I mean, where are we placing migrants as it is now? We're sending them to these rural states. And I'll be the first one to tell you, when I voted today, my ID was not checked. Okay, they asked me my address, and that was it. With that being said, I'll even take it a step further and say my father's name came up, who now lives in Georgia. I could have easily voted for my father if I wanted to. Okay, so I mean, if that's happening here in New York, then I can't imagine what's happening anywhere else. And for somebody to say, "Oh, that's not happening. That's not true. That's fake news," I'm sorry. I experienced it. You heard it here first, right here, New York City, the Bronx, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, my response to that is I think that there, listen, is there more that needs to be done with the infrastructure of our voting system? Absolutely. I think that comes from years of disinvestment, although I think there's much more progress that needs to be made because of the claims that happened during the previous election. And then also, we all can't forget the hanging chads that happened in Palm Beach County and Miami-Dade County during the 2000 election that caused us to have a significant amount of time before we knew who the president was between George W. Bush and Al Gore. But here's the reality, in my opinion. The reality is that there is these claims of these voter fraud and voter election happening, and the reality is, even in towns where these claims were brought up, and there were Republican workers, right? Republican workers who volunteered and give their time, work hard, check and do their due diligence with making sure that there is no election fraud, and they've went on camera. Some of them actually risking their lives. I invite you to watch these key important pieces that were done with national networks when it comes to that. It kind of slaps what we have in terms of the integrity of our democracy swipes away. And this is what international countries who are our enemies are looking for us to do to divide us as a country, as America. And it's. I think sometimes that rhetoric is so dangerous to say. I think in many ways too, even with those who media who tend to be more conservative, they pay the price for that. Dominion has sucked up a lot of money in lawsuits because of these unfounded claims that happen. But I want to be remiss to say that I think there are some election problems, as widespread as it is. And then when it comes to migrants, how many migrants are coming to go and are given election cards to vote? What's
A lot more than anybody will admit.
I'm hopefully waiting to hear the response for that.
So I think at the heart of this, and I hope this goes to the spirit of your question, I think this is more of the same in terms of just really ultra right wing, xenophobic, fear mongering, and stirring the base of the scary brown person, right? Coming from the border and coming to a rural hometown near you, right? That these people are coming across the border. Every one of them are criminals. Every one of them are rapists and murderers. Every one of them are doing things that are nefarious. And they're coming, and when they come to your town, they're going to vote, and they're going to be voting to keep the current administration in power. And this is part of this plot that's
Yeah,
thought out,
but didn't John
right?
Fetterman almost
And
admit
it's
to that when he was on
ridiculous.
the Rogan pod? Fetterman went on Rogan and more or less admitted that that's exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to make every state California. And Fetterman, who's a member of the Democratic Party, all but admitted that to Rogan. Now, I know you guys probably didn't watch Rogan because you don't have time to give 3 hours to an actual podcast. That
I actually saw that, Dave.
Yeah. And did you see Fetterman say that?
Yes.
So I think Matt raises a very valid point.
I don't know where they're getting, mentioning California about the fact that.
Hold on a second. Matt's trying to chime in, but we're having a hard time hearing him. Go ahead, Matt.
Sorry.
At what point does putting the U.S. citizen first become the priority?
At what point does putting U.S. citizens first become the priority? Is the question.
Matt,
I think it's always. I think it's.
I've worked with illegal migrant children. I've heard all the stories, and I have empathy. Like we all have empathy. But what we understand is that our ancestors paid a price to live on the soil we live on today.
Right.
And we all help contribute to this country. Letting open borders is just a dangerous ideology.
Absolutely.
Right.
I also want to chime in back to what Ray said. Is like everything that you just said is like based on good faith. I mean, that's like still believing in the tooth fairy or Santa at this point.
I'm talking
you know
about
what I mean?
clear fact. I'm talking about election officials, many of them Republican election officials, who have come out and made declarative statements about how there isn't election fraud. That the talk of the election fraud has put their lives in danger.
So Ray, I would like to sell you the Brooklyn Bridge. Would you care to buy it?
Well, I would say you should talk to those election workers in Fulton County who have been threatened, or Maricopa County in Arizona who have been threatened, and their lives have been threatened for something that they volunteer and they give their rights to do, and they're living with death threats that happen all the time. I don't think they can, of course. In terms of there is an immigration problem, no doubt about it. And what I would say to respond to you with that, at least in my opinion, is the fact that there is a large contingent of people, immigrants who are here, who came here legally, who there's no question about it that they are have so much fervor and anger for any migrant that comes here that does things illegally and that or is able to get a citizenship without doing the proper legal way of getting their citizenship. And I think that fervor speaks volumes to ensure that there is not going to be this these frivolous actions that have been portrayed by many right-wing conservatives about the fact that there's just this free for all, that every migrant is getting citizenship, every migrant has a pathway to be able to vote, and every migrant is eating dogs and taking over cities across America.
Housing assistance, that is true. I'm a small business owner. I know.
And so the inscription on the Statue of Liberty is null and void at this point? Is it give us your poor, your hungry, your huddled masses, except during an election year because we don't want to tip the scales? I mean, what are we saying? Like either this is the land of the free and the home of the brave, or sorry, we've reached capacity, right? It's one or the other, right? Either there's a pathway is in a space or in a country that is underdeveloped or does not have the opportunities to provide for their family the way in which every human being wants to, irrespective of what language you speak or where you were born, right? Or there is not, right? But we have to be able to choose, right? If this is who we are and this is our country's identity, then we need to stand on it. But it can't be when it's convenient, right? Immigration is inconvenient. It's sticky, right? It's not cut and dry. It's never going to be easy. 100 years ago, right? It wasn't easy. Right? It wasn't easy 200 years
Dave,
ago,
I'm getting
right?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
Getting reports that we're getting a lot of
I know.
feedback and echo
I
still.
know. I'm
Yeah.
messing with the audio right now,
Yeah.
trying to fix all of it.
All right.
But let's hear on. Matt, your last thoughts?
Yeah, I just want to say, you know, we're not saying that we shouldn't have immigration. We offer more immigration than most other countries, more valid immigration. We accept more people than most other countries. What I'm saying is that we have to, there has to be a process. And when people are flagrantly violating the process,
Right.
it's not fair to the people who follow the process. And like I said before, it's not that we don't have empathy for these people and we don't want to give these people the opportunity. It's the fact that people do hate America. And let's be honest here. At what point are we gonna do what's right for the migrants themselves? They come over here, they're mistreated, they're put into job situations where they're not getting paid much, or other situations where they're not getting paid much. You know, we have laws for a reason. And, you know, that's the cut and dryness of it.
Yeah. We just got a breaking news. Donald Trump
News
has
just been
Declared the
winner of Texas
and North Dakota
and North Dakota
South Dakota
and South
Hold on,
Dakota.
gentlemen. Hold on, gentlemen. Let me get the
Let me get the graphics going.
Wyoming.
Matt, thank you so much, man, for joining. By the way, appreciate it.
Oof.
Yeah,
Thank you, Matt.
great
Matt
conversation.
said thank you for having us. Matt,
Yep.
I
Thank you,
apologize.
Matt.
I went off your. Hold on, let me get Matt back up here. Give me a second. I want to make sure Matt gets his flowers here. All right, there's Matt.
Yeah, Matt, great question. And
Texas is huge.
right back at you, man. Yes.
All right,
Agreed.
thanks, Matt.
Trump is 154 to 27 electoral.
270.
All right.
Key race alert. What are we talking
Look
about?
at that grin on
Are
Dave's
you guys
face,
on
huh?
CNN or Fox?
CNN.
We're on CNN
You wanna
now.
switch it to
CNN
Fox?
is giving me a hard time streaming.
All right, let's go to Fox.
Josh Dean beat Republican Mark Robinson for North Carolina governor.
Republican. All right. Yeah, you know, we hit the 9 o'clock hour. The polls close here in New York, huh?
Yes.
So the
Yes.
numbers will
Guys,
be
I'm
coming
gonna-
in.
I'm gonna throw on Fox. Just so that
Yeah.
we have some
Pick up a
consistency
break.
what I'm able to put on the screen.
North Carolina. No, this is not.
Did you fix the sound?
It's still sketchy. It's not perfect.
Are you hearing the sound what
Louisiana.
they're hearing
For
through the
Trump.
headphones?
That's what I'm doing now. Is I'm able to hear what they're hearing.
Yeah, this
You know what
178
might
now.
actually work good?
One of us take off the mic, one
I'm
mic.
wondering if we put the mic in the middle of the table and I take the other one.
Okay.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Take the headphones
Let's
off.
try
Great
that.
idea.
No, I need the headphones on so I can hear what the monitor sounds like.
Yeah. It's like his.
All right, let's try that.
It's like his almost.
So let me have Ivan say a few things.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
I'm not in love with it.
You're not in love with it, yeah?
Well, Ray, you hold it in the middle, close.
Yeah. Oh, we'll just pass the mic.
How about now, Dave? We hear.
Yeah, I would say I would just
Yeah,
say pass it.
pass it around.
Give me
Sounds.
that. Give me that.
I think that's gonna work better.
Okay, very
All right.
good. Very good.
But Mike, Wait. Ray's a mic hogger.
No, here you.
No,
How
I'm
you
just
gonna?
kidding.
Oh
I'm
wait,
totally
hold on.
kidding.
Let me stop the recording here. Sorry, the thing is recording. Come on.
Listen,
stop.
this is an at-home operation, ladies and gentlemen. This is some borrowed equipment from my school and the computer in my living room. So, it's not a full production facility. Okay, so we got a projection from Victor. Victor, what do you have?
Kamala Harris has won New York.
Hey, all right.
I am shocked.
Wow.
No
Kamala
way.
Harris is one. Here's the turning of the tide, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are on a roll.
Hey Dave, how do we stop the recording on this device?
Press the REC button on the side.
I did. I'm holding it, and it's not.
No, just click.
Just tap it.
Just tap it.
Okay, there it is. We got it.
All right.
All right. Oh, the close race in Texas, that
All
Senate
right.
seat
All
between
right.
the incumbent.
Hold on, let me get it up on the screen here. There we go.
Crucial win that one.
Ted Cruz and
All right, I was hoping for all red.
Kristen Gillibrand,
Gillibrand's gonna
74 to
beat,
1. Hey, if you're gonna hold the mic, you gotta talk.
I
about
was okay. I was. I was waiting till you finished your thing. You're right. So you were still.
No, I'm just calling all
Okay.
these. You know what,
I'm gonna hold it
Dave?
up.
What's important here too, and I think we talked about this before we went on the air, is the fact that there are important congressional seats and Senate seats as well that are a part of this, and we're not even talking about the midterms, right?
Right.
Dave.
Yeah, I don't follow that stuff.
He's so on it. You're supposed to be well informed beyond the presidential elections.
I don't follow this. The only one I'm keeping an eye on is AOC
I got to tell you,
for obvious reasons.
Brett Baer is looking even younger. Like he just had
Yeah,
some
she's gonna win.
Botox shots. Look at that desk. It's something else.
That's
Yeah, very, 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 very nice. And you could tell there that Bill Hemmer's
She's gonna
in his
win.
element.
But will she be? Will she be a?
already won. They already reported she won 71% of the vote.
AOC won.
Which is kind of surprising given how divisive she is even here in New York. So, thanks.
What you drinking, Desmond?
Drinking a 12-year-old.
Listen, you got to pass. Ray, why don't you hold the mic and just go back and
Right.
forth?
Yeah, okay.
Because Ray, you got more of an handle of what's going on.
So I'm drinking a 12-year-old Glenlivet that is aged in a rum cask. This is my election toast drink. Last election, I was drinking a Johnny Walker Green. This year, I've gone to the Glenlivet.
Yeah, and let's not be remiss to explain how much cooking Dave has done here in his house. But everything
Excellent
from
cooking, yeah.
lasagna to wings, and he's got a pumpkin cheesecake. He's got an apple crumb cake
Pumpkin
that
cheesecake.
we haven't
Charcuterie
dived
board.
into yet. So we're really having a
Apple
election
crisp.
night digs here as we sit on his couch and invade his living room here on this election night.
Did
All
you
right.
say the buffalo chicken dip?
Yeah, that's right. I didn't even mention that. Oh, my goodness.
God, it's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
it's great. So many thanks to you, Dave. And you know what? Listen,
I'm going to leave a tip jar out.
Yeah, well, definitely comes to play. Now, whether or not he poisoned us who believe that we're in the Democratic Party, that's yet to be seen.
I hate
Not
to
to
say-
say that I'm a Democrat. but,
I ate the same food, so I don't know.
There it is. Fair and balanced.
Which brings me, which is
Can I just draw your attention?
Yep.
Hold on, let me throw it up on the screen. Trump is leading in North Carolina with 95%.
Yes, but yes. But 95%, that percentage margin, 47 to 42.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. He's going county by county. Never mind.
Okay.
I thought it was statewide.
no, it's county.
I thought it was county.
And has Charlotte been counted completely?
Ray, I need you to hold that mic, Ray. I
Yeah.
need you to hold that mic and go back and forth.
Has Charlotte been counted completely?
I think going rapidly,
Right.
Desmond, as we watch him here.
Well, once we pass the 9 o'clock hour, I think a majority of the polls across the country are starting to close, and these states should start to be coming in one after another. So we should be seeing some drastic change with these numbers. It was 105 to 27 in terms of electoral votes just 20 minutes ago. Now we're at 178 to 113. So there's been some movement, a lot of movement here, folks.
Yeah. Well, I want to talk about not to get ahead of the horse here, but I'm kind of posing this to all of us here and for you guys watching, and of course feel free to chime in. I think Dave's done awesome job with getting guests and to come and chime in. We want to hear your thoughts and opinions. But let's talk about what's going to happen after this election. All right. So let's say in this instance that Kamala, Vice President Harris, is not victorious in certain states with her vote. Do you think? Do you think this is going to be a thing where this is going to be lagged out in the courts, or is there going to be a definitive winner, even if the race turns out to be close?
I'm sorry,
we froze.
Victor, throw it again.
There. Oh, Victor.
73% of the vote.
Victor, why don't you say that again?
So the AP has called the race between AOC and Tina Forte 71 to 28 with AOC.
Well, Dave, it looks like your congresswoman will continue to be your favorite, Alexandria
Holding the mic too close
Ocasio-Cortez.
now, Ray.
Oh, yeah.
Did you not learn mic control?
Well,
Have you not been a reporter for 25 years?
Is that too
Come
close?
on. Here. Not all right.
All right, sorry about that.
Not right here. Don't swallow it.
Yeah, don't swallow it.
I mean,
Look at this.
is she gonna make it through the night if Harris loses?
Yeah, because she won her campaign. That's what matters at the end of the day.
What I would like to say, I'm gonna actually go in the opposite direction. I would like to go on record and say to all my family and friends, if Harris is elected the president, she will be my president. Okay, she will be my president. Now, if it goes the other way, will you be able to say the same? Because I remember that phrase, "Not my president, not my president." I will say patriotically that Harris will be she will be my president.
Well, I mean, and with the president, he encourages us to inject bleach in our veins again. That may be a sticking point for me. I don't know.
He's looking to have Robert Kennedy lead the health of the nation if he does win.
Oh, I think we're back to not my president again. No.
Dave, thoughts about our RFK handling health and administration and under a Trump presidency?
I think he's put a lot of research into it. I don't know that he's an expert, but I think he's probably put more time and effort into recruiting experts and reading the research than most average Americans have. So, yeah, do I think he'd be better than Tony Fauci? Yeah, I do.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
That's 40 years.
Whoa.
Comparison.
Whoa, that's America's doctor, buddy. I call that back. You talking about Dr. Fauci?
6 presidencies.
Oh, come on.
Compared to RFK, who could barely say a sentence.
Are you criticizing somebody because of their disability?
I'm just. What I'm saying
is,
did
I hear that correctly?
Well, no.
Like Donald Trump?
Well, what I'm doing
he
is
wasn't shaking and imitating someone with palsy, but I think he did a decent job. Dave,
Ivan, your thoughts?
Well, I was just I'm going on a personal note here for those that are watching. I'm going on a personal note here again. I guess probably be my last personal note. For those that are watching, and it's in reference to this podcast itself. It's Tough Talk and why we started it. Mm-hmm. We started this Tough Talk podcast because we all do have different ideologies, beliefs, different experiences, although we are very close friends and have very similar upbringings, right? With that being said, I initially was on this Tough Talk back in 2016 when we decided to do it, and I would have considered myself wholeheartedly a Democrat, and almost proudly a moderate, right? And we're in these last what would we say now 8 years, and we're 8 years. I definitely see myself now as a conservative. and not because I see every issue or agenda the same way as most conservatives, but just because I share maybe the majority of them, or maybe the majority of my ideologies lean on that side. So that's another thing to point out tonight. Are we voting for a candidate, or are we voting for a side that holds these ideologies, right? Because I can easily speak on Trump and say that he's not the most articulate, he's not the he doesn't carry himself like a politician, as they say, or right? He's not cleaned up, or whatever the case may be. So we say all these things, but the side that he represents is the side that my ideologies are most shared with, right? Versus, it's not because I dislike the opposition or anything like that. It's just that this is the way I see it. So are we voting for a president, or are we voting for a side that holds our beliefs and ideologies? And I think a lot of us, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna take this moment because I've been bullied for the last 8 years, and just questioning, not even expressing my beliefs, but just in questioning. And people said, "How could you even question that?" And that actually pushed me, to where I am actually today. So I know if that's pushed me, I can't imagine how many others it has pushed. And I think tonight that will be evident in our election.
Powerful words, Ivan. Your response?
I think it's hard to bifurcate party from politician, right? Or party from candidate. I think when you vote for a particular candidate, especially in a presidential election, you're voting for the platform, vote for the person and the party. I think that the two are intertwined inextricably, and you have to, it's a zero-sum game, right? You can't separate one from the other, and so it's a matter of, as Ivan was saying, taking inventory and seeing where you are most aligned. I don't think you'll find yourself 100% aligned with any party and candidate, but it's about figuring out where you are in alignment with the majority of your values with either candidate and party.
Dave, you want to shed light on that? Powerful words from Ivan. I poignant, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's going to land in a different place issue by issue. I'm the same way. I tend to be more socially liberal, but more fiscally conservative. So to say that, I'm a hardcore Republican, I'm independent, whatever, it's by the issue. But our political landscape has turned into such that if you don't subscribe to the full platter,
Right.
what do you do? I would love to hear Ray's and Desmond's take on things like biological men in women's sports, on things like the government paying for gender transition surgery for felons in jail.
Yes.
These are positions that the Democratic Party, or at least Kamala Harris, has spoken in favor of. I'd love to hear your positions on those.
Yeah, listen, in terms of sports, I think that's a controversial issue that has gone beyond, I would say, beyond such fervor and conflict. Here's my take on it, Dave. I think that I think there are people who are misinformed and misled about the whole controversy of identity and disparaging identity from sex. And I think what happens is that a lot of times there are people in this country who have, you know, without their choice, have been chosen to have a sex or have a particular sex at birth or when they're younger, and they still have an identity of the opposite sex. And I think there is that's profound. I think there's truthfulness in that, and I think that the argument that's made in terms of you know, there's men playing in women's sports, it totally erases the fact of the identity issue. And given the fact that there's been so much progression in LGBTQ and the recognizing the culture, the transgender culture as well, it crosses a fine line about sympathizing and identifying for those who don't have that choice to do that and go through constant struggles about that every day. So that's my take on that issue. I didn't want to get your opinion, and I just want everyone. We want to welcome Anthony here to the apartment. Hi, Anthony. Everyone say hi, Anthony.
Hey, Anthony.
Anthony has joined us here in Dave's house. We want to wish him well. He's about to dig in, get himself a nice.
I'm glad you mentioned something. I didn't
plate.
see him come in. I'm like, Anthony, who? Where's Anthony?
Well, I had to let you know. Ivan, you want to chime in? Yeah.
Well, I was just gonna say that I disagree. I think, and that's what the issue is like, when does it stop, right? It's like, and I get agendas.
Hold on one second, Ivan. You were breaking up just a moment. The
No
feed
problem.
between the laptop and here broke up. So start that last sentence again.
I was just gonna say that I disagree, and I think that's what the problem is especially with political agendas, is when does it stop, right? And I think that's what we're going to see tonight, and that's what we already, even if it doesn't go in Trump's favor, Democrats, liberals, whatever, progressives, however you want to call it, you have to acknowledge that half of the country does not agree with you. Half of the country sees it the other way. So regardless of whether or not, you know, an election is won, you still have to acknowledge that, and I believe that's what's not happening. And
do you think Trump is the cause of that? Because he, during his presidency, many would argue, has caused such of that divisiveness that we can't see
maybe
a place where we could come together, govern, pass laws, not be so divisive, and that American spirit of, you know, differing opinions like our forefathers did, but coming together is something that will be in play. Like many people say that divisiveness is because of our Republican presidential candidate right now.
And maybe and I get that. And we just got this in, and Delaware was won by Harris. Okay.
What do you got, Victor? Anything?
And maybe that's what this country needed, and that's, you know, it was somebody who was outside of the establishment that said, you know what, when does it stop, right? Somebody who didn't have all the verbiage and everything to actually say, you know what, this isn't right, where everything is, we want to spoon feed everybody in this country, and that's not, I'm sorry, that's not the way I was raised or grew up. But everything is spoon fed. Everything is, you know, with such delicate hands, and that's not the way the real world works. So, back to your statement. I mean, it goes to, I mean, is that what we've come to? Is that an agenda is like almost like a locomotive or a train where, you know what, we can't stop it here. We have to keep on going. Why can't it be you got what you wanted? And you know what? Let's be happy and let's move on from here. And let's go on to another agenda. Let's move on to something else. It's almost as if it doesn't stop. So, you know, when you talk about transgenders and men in female sports, no, absolutely not. That should not be happening. And that's where it should have stopped. Okay? Right? Yes.
So I just want to, I've invited people on Facebook that if they want to comment without calling in. So we have one commenter who I know, it's a relative, but this person wants to remain anonymous, so we'll call them S. So S says, all of that is BS. We should not be paying for transgender reassignment surgeries. Biological men should not be in women's sports. Ugh. So that's S from Pennsylvania.
What proof do we have that there's been payment? What state has this happened at? Do we have any further background on that? And forgive me for my ignorance about this.
I mean, Harris has,
Or is this
Harris has taken pride in saying that what was it
she would be supportive of it?
No, not that she would be, that she has made it.
But where has this
available?
Happened? Where has this happened?
To inmates or whatever, right? Inmates in California. She has said that. Yeah. And I'm sure if Dave could look that up, that would come up now as well.
I'm not saying that
I'm doing tech. I'm not fact checking.
Yeah. Listen, I'm not saying that that's not the case. I know this.
But Kamala did say in an interview when she was directly pressed on it
that she would support
her answer was, "We will follow the law."
Okay. So
and the law is if care is required or called for by a doctor, that the government pays for it.
Oh, all right. And I'm so glad that was mentioned, because my response to that would be, given that, right, then it's up to the state legislator and people to go to vote to get the state legislator to change. But for us to say that this is something that is a black and white set in stone and it's a practice, I think is unfair to say,
but we're going in the direction of it becoming that.
Well, but that's the same thing that's said in terms of reproductive rights, and the fact that Trump said he gave that right back to the states to make those decisions for the laws, and that he's not responsible, but many Republicans are not responsible for changing reproductive rights. You can't have one and a half dozen. I think we have to be very cautious about the way in which we project things to happen like it's some profound action that's happened, and it's happening to a majority of places. That's the problem with some of the misinformation that's been coming along with this election, and quite honestly, what's been spewed by a Republican presidential candidate.
Well, I mean, we just had
majority 51 Republicans.
Yeah.
What happened?
There was something that came. I don't know how many votes are in for that yet.
My Fox feed and our Fox feed over there are off in time. They're not in sync.
Look at that balance. What does that say, Dave, on your screen?
Balance of power in the Senate, 47 to 37 Republicans.
47.
One seat has been flipped to the Republicans so far.
All right, there it is.
Cruz just won.
Yeah, Cruz takes Texas.
Just called. That's still 59% of the vote, but I guess Fox is projecting it. I mean, those, right, that's the controversy of elections, right, and the different networks, right, about how, I'm not saying that it's not true, but, what their decision desks do and making sure they call a race, it varies between each of the different networks and how they count the votes. I don't know if those votes have been counted in terms of the mail-in ballots, the early voting ballots. These are projections that are made. How far those projections go, I guess we don't know yet.
Yeah, I think there's no exact science. If you go from network to network, they're all using different algorithms to try to figure out how best and how accurate with the least margin for error they can be able to call and project the winners and get that information out as quickly as possible. First, and sometimes, as we've seen it in election nights, some networks call it wrong, which is why you've got to stay the course.
A network was wrong?
It's been known to happen.
No way!
On occasion.
Get out of here!
It's been known to happen. Impossible.
Yeah. Well, there seems to be a contingent of people here that believe that we're going to know who the president of the United States is by
tonight.
By tonight.
I agree.
Well,
I believe so.
Quick fun fact: Iman Khalif. That was I can say it. That was the man that actually won the gold medal in boxing over the summer. Was deemed a man yesterday medically. So that's
I
new.
did see
Yeah.
that headline.
Oh,
Yeah.
di-
Was
yeah.
that because of testosterone
No.
that they were taking?
No, they
No.
tested the DNA.
Yes.
Well, my reaction to that, I don't mean to be a conspiracy theorist, but the
Here we
IOC
go.
doesn't have
I don't mean to be a
quite
conspiracy theorist, but
quite.
let me tell you the
Yeah, exactly. Much to the sentiment of Republican believers as well, who say the same thing as well. But I don't. Is this the IOC that determined this?
No, it was a medical doctor.
Yeah. Well, the question's still out on that.
So bring me
No,
up
it's
this.
not,
So,
Raymond. They
so
just said it's not out anymore.
wait. So bring me up. to
What
speed.
medical doctor? And
I don't-
If,
I
if
don't
it's
know.
not read
That's
by
what
the
I
IOC,
read.
okay, here it is.
So this
That's what I'm
individual
saying.
competed in the female boxing, and then
It was
later on was declared that biologically they were in fact a male. A male, based on chemical or DNA.
Well, I believe because I did some research, right? Right, to the extent of my research, I believe it was, and they didn't say this, and I don't know why. I guess for political correctness, but I believe it was a hermaphrodite, right? So obviously, I believe that he had both
sex organs.
both sex organs.
No, it was a male. It was a male. Look up the headline. Somebody here. Let's get our research team on that.
We need a fact check.
Yeah.
All these guys.
Let's-
Listen, just for the home audience, right? I got 4 people here eating food and being that. They can hear our fact check. I'm trying to get this mic working, guys. Bear with me.
Amon
Dave,
Khalif.
there'll be our decision
Amon
desk too,
Khalif.
right? Oh, Karen Grawl is calling.
Yeah, she needs to understand that we're live, and I can't take a phone call when we're live. Unless she wants to go on the live stream. You know what it is? She printed bingo tonight, so she's giving us the bingo report.
Very good. All right, it is. We get a time check here. It's 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here in New York, where most of the polls on the East Coast are closed now. Are closing at this hour, and one by one, ballot by ballot, the counting begins as we wait to see who's going to lead our nation for the next 4 years. Yeah, how are you feeling right now? You feeling confident?
I'm not. I mean, for me again, it's neither here nor there. If Miss Harris wins, she will be my president.
Yeah. I mean,
and if Trump wins, it'll be I told you so.
There it is. And how you feeling as we get deeper into this election night here, Desmond?
I'm hopeful that Vice President Harris is going to have a late surge and make this race a lot closer than it currently is. Again, most of the key battleground states that are heavy in electoral votes have not come through yet and have not been called. So the night is still relatively young, and I'm.
You're ready for your next scotch, huh?
I'm ready for the next scotch.
All right.
I'm ready for the next scotch. I need the next scotch at this point.
I know Dave's still working on the technical here, and I want to get him involved as well. But I want to get you guys involved as well. Any of you guys? I know the audience here still doesn't want their faces shown. You know, that kind of speaks to the sentiment, right? Of how. And I think Ivan touched on this so eloquently that there is this fear of castigation because you may have an opposite opinion of what the masses are based upon the region, the city, the state, the county that you live in. And I think this is why platforms like this are good because it really shows not only the fervor that exists in the country, but how people could coexist even though they directly disagree. And I think whoever becomes our president, and as much as we talk about how divisive this campaign has gone, particularly in the last several months, I mean, I think it's safe to say that both candidates, and I want to get Dave's opinion on this. Here's my opinion. That both candidates have become so much more divisive in just attacking one another, and I think what we've failed to hear from either side is really both candidates going deeper into the issues about what they're going to do to change America for the next 4 years. I think they've gotten better with it as we come late into this election season, right? We've heard Trump talk more about what tax breaks that he wants to provide, including making sure that there's no taxes on tips. And other key initiatives that I think he's winning strong with when it comes to the economy. I think there a large majority of the country believes when he becomes president, there's money that's put in your pockets. And then, Vice President Harris has made her claim about what she thinks is best for the country in terms of unity, in terms of, and Trump has claimed that he wants to unify America as well. Her consideration is giving tax breaks to middle class people. That she's talked about the $25,000 that she wants to give for people to become investment in being first time home buyers, and other initiatives. But it just seems like it's been more attacks. And I don't know. Have some of you guys seen these political ads? I mean, I don't think we've even seen the worst of them, but they've been nasty.
I think I got the mic problem fixed.
Oh, you did?
Well, I got.
All right,
I got,
Dave.
I got it's better.
It's
Check
way
1,
better.
2.
Okay,
Let
very.
folks at home, let me know how
Check.
I sound now that I'm on. I got this. Now my camera's gone. Look at that. You win one, you lose two.
You win one, you lose one. Well, Dave, thanks so much for working on this, by the way.
I think the audio level looks good. Let the folks at home tell me how bad the
Yeah.
echo is. I'll try to monitor it and make it not echo.
All right.
How many viewers do we have?
Yeah, they're.
How many viewers did we have?
Victor, you have this the stream. We're gonna work on that and get those answers.
You have a question from
Yeah, Ethan Porter, you have Ethan, come take the mic here and talk directly into the mic.
Thank you, Ray.
Ethan, thanks for your question.
Appreciate it. So I'm an undecided voter, right? I never really could get behind either one of these candidates for many various reasons. One of them being, when it comes to abortions, what is your opinion with regards moving forward? Who do you think which candidate is going to have essentially the better position when it comes forward with, the issue regarding Roe v. Wade, having abortions via states' rights versus having it federally regulated?
I am so glad he brought this up.
Yeah.
Whoa, Dave, why don't you share your opinion?
Well, everyone is going around kicking and screaming saying that Trump banned abortions. Trump banned
Right.
abortions. No. The Supreme Court kicked it back to the states where it belongs. If you look at the way our Constitution is crafted, and I'm no constitutional scholar, maybe my older brother Matt will call in and educate us all on this because he teaches social studies for a living. If it's not explicitly mentioned in the Constitution, it is a state's issue. This is why the federal government doesn't issue ID, doesn't issue driver's license, doesn't issue license plates for cars. My teaching license is a New York State teaching license because that's not in the Constitution either. If it's not explicitly mentioned in the Constitution, it is a state's issue. So what the Supreme Court decided, I'm sorry, I didn't cut you off.
That's. I think we want to inform
to
people
quote
though
your
that's a
candidate, I'm
strict
speaking here.
That's a strict interpretationalist of the Constitution, and what makes the Constitution
Hold the
great
mic a
is
little
that it's
closer.
not strict.
Even though I don't want people to hear you, hold the mic.
Yes. What I want people to know, in fairness, is that I think this is a view of being a strict interpretationist of the Constitution. What's been great about what our forefathers did, because the reason why Roe v. Wade was done in the first place, and that there are amendments to the Constitution, is simply because it certain aspects of the way in which our country runs, in particular when it comes to getting women's rights, doesn't bode well in terms of saving people's lives, and women having the choice to do that, or knowing that they have to travel to another place in order to get the medical health benefits that they need. And because our country is so divided in this instance, that's why there needed to be this constitutional amendment, and that's why the Supreme Court decided what they decided back 40 years ago. So, to say that, I want to let you finish because I did cut you off. I didn't mean to cut you off with that. The purpose I wanted to make was that there is a difference between being a strict interpretationalist of the Constitution and then having a world view of the Constitution, for the reason why we have the number of amendments we have, and we have the Supreme Court to make things definitive for the protection of all when it comes to certain inalienable rights that people should have as Americans.
Well, I think that to say, you know, strict interpretation versus not so strict interpretation, I don't think there's any gray area on this, right? It's not in the Constitution. It should be up to the states. If people at the state level want to allow abortions up to the moment of birth, if they want to put a ban, you know, with a certain time restriction, 8 weeks, 16 weeks, whatever they decide they want to do, they can push for that legislation at the state level. You know, I just don't see the gray area here. And maybe I'm sure I might get a lot of hate mail on this. It's okay. I won't have to see it for 4 more years when we do another podcast. But everyone is kicking and screaming that Trump took this away. No, Trump did put justices on the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court did, of course, overturn Roe. But now, if people feel that passionately about abortion, they should be rallying their state leaders to enact a law that's in line with what they feel. I don't see where the problem is there.
And the problem is one of the main roles and purviews of the highest court in the land is to do exactly what you said, and that is to interpret the Constitution of the United States, and to provide judgment on which laws passed in or legislations passed in the states violate their interpretation, those 9 individuals' interpretation of what's constitutional and what's not constitutional. So I think there's a tremendous amount of gray, depending on who's sitting in those seats or who's wearing those robes at the particular time a particular case is brought to their attention. And who appoints them has a great deal of responsibility on how those decisions bear out. And so, you know, we were talking earlier about Roe versus Wade, and, you know, about people saying that Trump was responsible for diminished women's reproductive rights. And no, he didn't, with a wave of a wand, roll back Roe versus Wade, but he is guilty by extension. That court is a construct of the Trump administration, more so than his predecessor, Obama, who cannot get anybody confirmed because of an intransigent House that would not work with him and was dysfunctional purposefully. And so he is guilty. He is responsible, but not guilty.
Interesting. All right, I see we have a guest, Dave.
We have a guest in the wings.
Awesome.
Yes, we do.
Awesome.
So joining us from Du Bois, Pennsylvania, my hometown. Mic on. Let's try that again. Now that I got a mic working, I need to remember to turn it on.
Yeah.
We have a guest in the waiting room here. This is a very dear friend of mine from my hometown of Du Bois, Pennsylvania. Please give a warm welcome to Miss Angela Stewart, everybody. Ange is joining us on Zoom. And
hi, Angela. Welcome to Talk Talk.
Let me turn my speakers on here. It looks like my speakers went to sleep. Ange, try talking to us. Make sure we can hear you. Ange, can you hear us?
Can you hear us, Ange? Give us a wave if you can.
Can you hear us? Can you hear me? Hold on a second. Select the microphone. Let's do this one here. Can you hear me now? No. Can you hear me now? Ange, can you hear me?
If you can hear us, give us a wave.
I don't think she can hear us. My Zoom is showing audio. My Zoom is showing that it's getting audio, but I don't know why she's not hearing us. We'll work on that.
And yeah, we'll work on that. Hey, is there maybe there's something on her end that she could flip and change?
Ange, I see you are muted right now, Ange. So I don't know if you can unmute.
Yeah, Ange, unmute. Let's see. I wish we had a paper and pen.
Is she unmuted?
Let me hit her in the chat here. Let me hit her in the chat.
We're so excited. We're getting guests here. While we do that,
you're muted.
Maybe we could check the feed. Why don't you check on YouTube to see?
This is Ange. Ange, you're muted. Zoom says you're muted. It says Angela's iPad has a little red icon on there. Can you check your Zoom settings? It looks like you're muted on Zoom. I can ask you to unmute. Let me press the button up here. Uh-oh, now I think she froze.
All right, let's go back to us on the couch.
All right. 20.
It refreshed.
About
Ange,
2,000.
Okay, now I do.
1,000.
Try it, Ange.
All right, 5 watch.
I can hear you, but let me turn it up. Try it again, Ange.
Oh, Ange,
Right,
we
let me
hear
bring it on
you.
screen.
Can you hear us?
There we go. Can you hear the gentleman?
Can you hear us? Give us a wave if you can hear us. Do you hear us?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, do you hear
Well,
us?
we could hear you. That's what matters.
All right.
All right.
Oh, great.
Welcome to Tough Talk. Thanks for joining.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Happy Election Day.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah. You have the floor. What you have to say?
Oh, I'm just here for the party.
Yeah. Well, Ange, tell us how are you watching the results coming in? You have a nice cocktail. Did you have some good eats? Tell us what's going on in your world.
Oh, well, I have a sick husband and a sick child.
Oh no.
So I got Dave off to bed, and I'm watching Tough Talk.
Oh wow. Look at that.
Election results on the TV.
Very good. Did you vote today or did you early vote?
I am a traditionalist, so I walked myself down to the fire hall.
Nicely done.
Very nice.
Nicely done.
And how was it at the fire hall? What time did you go? Was there a lot of people, long lines? What could you tell us?
Oh, I went in and there was not a single soul there. So I timed it perfectly. It was about noon that I made it there, but after me there was a line that formed.
Yeah. Why don't you tell us how does it? Yeah, go ahead.
428 at noon.
428. All right. Well, why don't you tell us how coveted does it feel for you? You know that you are I would say the golden jewel of a vote because so much attention has been put on Pennsylvania. And mostly every political pundit out there says that Pennsylvania will determine this race. When you went today and you filled in those ballots, I mean, how powerful did it feel being a Pennsylvania voter?
Did you feel the earth move under your feet?
So, well, not at the third ward. I saw a funny meme today. I tried to stay off social media the last couple of days just because it's too much for me.
Yeah.
But it said Pennsylvania can't decide if it's soda or pop, but you're putting selection pressure on us. And I mean, I've traveled the state quite extensively, so I know the different areas, the different demographics. I know how that works. It's a lot.
What did you see?
Give this to another state. I don't want it to come down to Pennsylvania no matter what happens.
But you're our inside. You gotta give us some insight.
Well, I did hear Dave talking earlier, and it is something that I find interesting. Is that Amish vote?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It may be a key factor here, huh?
That we saw it in 2020 and 2016, but not to the extent that I saw it this year.
Yeah.
Wow.
Very interesting.
And it's hard. I mean, a lot of you guys have been in media. You kind of understand where we're at with technology. I struggle with AI, with disinformation on both sides. I don't know what to believe, not what to believe. I'm someone who I try to watch Fox and I try to watch CNN and I try to watch all of them. So I learn as much as I can. I try to see it from every perspective. I try not to listen only to one news station. I have a preferred one, but I try not to listen to just one because I want to hear and I want to understand if someone's voting opposite of what I am voting. I want to try to understand why they reached that decision.
And that was my $1 million question tonight. And what I posed actually last week and the week before on Facebook, and I didn't get many responses. And I think it was $1 million question because it was like, you know, why is it the opposite side is not asking what can we do or what are we doing wrong or what can we do better? And I just feel like that's not happening. And just to definitely concur with you. I do the same. Even I listen to radio stations, even when they don't share the same opinions and ideologies I do, just so I can hear what somebody else has to say and why they feel the way they feel. So I do the same. I do the same thing, and I think a lot more people should do the same as well. You know, and that's what this self talk is
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
But I've yet to understand why the politicians can't just reach to that other side and say, okay, where's the middle ground? Because there has to be middle ground. And I think we're so far left and so far right in this time that we're living that they're like everyone's in the middle except a few that are far left and a few that are far right. And I think we're a lot of purple. All of us are purple.
And with that being said,
you might guess that I'm born and raised pretty conservative, coming from where I came from.
Yeah.
But socially, I have a very different view than many.
Yeah.
It's 2024. Like, there has to be someone out there that's willing to fight for the majority of the people that feel some type of way.
And I believe, and to what you said, I believe that's what's not happening. And I think America is over the politician of appeasement. I think America is over the politician that's just telling us what we want to hear. We actually want to see change, and we want to see something happen. And I believe that's what we're seeing tonight. I think people are, regardless of whether or not people think Trump is a fraud or whatever he is, and how many felonies does he have? Because you guys have that like right away, right? All of these fun facts. But I think what people want is, listen, it can't, we're almost
Facts on both sides.
We're
Let's be fair.
We're almost to the point where where I lost my train of thought. Thanks, Ray.
I just want to be fair.
No.
I hear what you're saying, though. When are we? I think you hit it right on the nail, and I think Ivan echoes this, and I would say all of us echo it here too. That at the end of the day, right? When do we know that we meet in the middle and that we get things done? And I couldn't share that sentiment more with you and agree with you and are still hopeful for that.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah. I think a lot of America is saying it can't get any worse than this, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that's why we may see a reversal in administration. Is because it's just like, no, we got to see something different. We want to see something different, right? Because of what we just went through for 4 years, right? You can't deny that. You can't deny that things have not gotten better in 4 years, right? And to say that, well, she wasn't the one that was for America holistically, it has not gotten better in 4 years, and you have to, right? It's gone the other way. It's gotten worse. Now, if we want to debate on how much worse it's gotten, okay, great. But at the end of the day, that happy medium that maybe not so much that she's speaking of, but she just speak on happy medium, is that, guess what? It has gotten worse, and we have to come to terms, or you have to be able to admit, no, things are not good right now.
All right, let me let Desmond chime in for that.
So, I'm very interested. I heard you say that you identify as a conservative voter, and
socially, right?
Socially, and Ivan is talking about how his perception of how people may feel that things have gotten better. Um, you yourself, as a female, do you feel that things like reproductive rights or the state of reproductive rights in our country now is in a better place than it has been in years past? Do you feel like the reversal of Roe versus Wade is taking us back or down a slippery slope? Or that it should be something that should be decided state by state? I'm very interested to get your perspective.
Absolutely, and I would love to give it. I think the first thing for me is we really need to use the term reproductive rights very carefully.
Okay.
Because what we're using as reproductive rights is not, it's what a lot of people are using as women's health is not reproductive rights. So everything is narrowing down to abortion. And that's what it comes down to. So I'll get personal like Ivan did earlier. At 16 years old, I was told that the likelihood of me conceiving a child was slim to none. And if I were to have a child, it would be with huge medical intervention. Fast forward about 8 years, I'm pregnant. I have a baby. The fact that a medical doctor had already gone through the steps to tell me, you're not going to get pregnant, you're not going to conceive. And then to put me, I was a geriatric pregnancy at 24 years old, which to me was insane at the time, but I was at risk.
Yes.
So at that time, it was, okay, we need to do this test. Okay, what if this test comes back and your child, say, has Down syndrome? Trisomy. They have Down syndrome, they have a medical issue. Do you want to know? And to me, it's not going to change the outcome. It's a baby. It's a gift of God. I have a dear friend that was told her whole pregnancy, your daughter will not live past birth.
Wow.
She delivered. They said, okay, you're going to have maybe an hour to be alive. Are you sure you don't want to abort? Nope. It's not up to you. It's not up to the doctors. I won't say her name, but she just turned 5 years old.
Wow.
The day she delivered, they told her she was going to be dead. She's 5 now.
And
I'm fine with Roe v. Wade being overturned. I think that it should be state. I don't think federally is the best course of action for the country. I think the country is relying too heavily on the federal government to step in for every single issue that doesn't need to be at the federal level. So I'm a supporter of the choice of the states, and I live in Pennsylvania. So Governor Shapiro is very much no limitations. Like, go for it, have at it. We're not gonna make it illegal.
What about those states though that don't have that choice? Don't give women that choice.
Ray, you need to use the mic, Ray.
Yeah, sorry.
I hear.
Yeah. What about those states that don't give women those choices and you know, when you hear those stories about how far they have to travel in order to know that they are able to do emergency procedures to save their lives when it comes to pregnancy, what's your take on that? How do you feel about that?
So I would implore anyone that hears those stories to go to that state's website, go to abortionlaws.com and find the true actual abortion laws that are in those states. So very, very slim cases. And I'm not a fan of zero abortion. I believe rare, safe, and legal. And I stick by that. I do believe a doctor should be able to make a decision if it is in the best interest of the life of the mother. But I think we're to the point now that a lot of doctors automatically tying back to my earlier story, automatically go to, well, abortion is an option. Not talking about, okay, well, you're healthy. I understand you don't want this child. I think our adoption system in the country is messed up. I think we talk about that. And we can get to safer pregnancies that lead to adoptions and women not trying to go that route of unsafe abortions.
Yeah. Ivan has another question for you. First of all, thank you so much for sharing those stories. It gives
Yeah,
such
very,
great
very
perspective.
personal
Dave, I didn't know if you wanted to weigh in on her comments.
What's to say that she hasn't said?
Yeah.
I mean,
I
that was
didn't-
one of
I-
the most compelling personal testimonies that I've heard on this issue since this has been an issue.
All right.
And I have a mic. Yeah. So I was just gonna, definitely attest to that. And I just want to thank you for saying that. You know, I'm not am I on?
Look at the laptop. Look at the laptop.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I just want to thank you for that. You know, I'm not a champion for pro-life or anything like that. But I think we share similar views on this, and I thank you for that because I hear stories of the other side on the other side all the time, right? I mean, even personally, I have somebody that's very near and dear to me that had 2 ectopic, is that what it's called? Ectopic pregnancies, and if it wasn't for that, you know, she would have passed. And of course, I want my loved one to be here, and I remember going through that and going through that, you know. So no, I'm not opposed to abortion on all sides, but I also think statistically we also need to pay attention to abortions that are done out of, I hate, and I know I'm gonna get the hate mail now, out of convenience, right? And that needs to be addressed, and I think there should be and here's the thing, I think there should be a threshold, right? So you know, it's one thing to have, and this is whatever it is, and I'm probably going to get it from both sides at this point. But it's one thing to have abortion at an abortion at 4 weeks versus the third trimester or whatever the case may be. I mean, you know, in the 9th month, right, or the 8th month. And then I've heard all the time, well, this doesn't happen. But you know, if you Google it, we have several states that there are no and they'll say that it's fake news, or they'll say that's not true or whatever. But if you just simply Google it, you'll see that there are, and I don't have the numbers at hand. We can do fact check.
Where yes, it's open to interpretation, such as the testimony
That you just gave just now.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, I think abortion will always be a heated topic. One, because it's still mainly men in political power, so women feel some type of way about that. I'll open myself up to the hate mail, and we have this conversation regularly, and that's why when I said about being careful with reproductive rights, my stance against abortion has nothing to do with me telling you cannot reproduce. There's a surefire way to make sure you do not get pregnant and need an abortion. There is one way to do that, other than in those rare cases of rape. So that aside, the abortions of convenience, as you said, I personally know an individual that has had 11 abortions.
Wow.
They're 43 years old. They have had 11 abortions. I've said, get some batteries, get a toy.
Yeah, there it is.
That's
there
11
it is.
murders. To me, that is 11 murders.
Yeah. I think, and listen, I agree. I agree with you in that instance as well, but I would be remiss to say too, I think a topic that is important to talk about with this issue as well is the fact of the number of prematernal deaths that occur, particularly within African American women, and the ongoing fight that they have when it comes to deaths that they receive with giving birth. That's been part of there's a huge hole and gap there, and many women in the African American community are fighting for that.
Do you feel that that is a access to proper health care issue?
Yeah, I do. I think that yes, and that's a fair point. I think it's part of that. I do think though in these states where the legislator is making a decision on that, and if that legislator is heavily conservative, I guess that's where my concern comes in terms of where the length of distance and time comes for people to receive that health care, in particular if there's an emergency situation. Not to say that this is widespread and this is happening often, but I think there are some statistics to show that it happens often enough that there should be attention warranted to that. And I think that's a big proponent in terms of this whole reproductive argument rights when it comes to saving people's lives as well, not just the issue of the choice of having the abortion.
And I because it is such a hot issue, everyone has gone yes or no, for or against, pro-choice, pro-life. It comes back to that, where's the middle ground?
Right.
Where's that hard limit for someone, and where can we look at someone with empathy?
Yeah.
And
Totally
help find a solution.
I couldn't agree with you more. And again I am so thankful and appreciative, given the fact that you're here in a room with a whole bunch of men, and the fact that we
a whole bunch of men and Ray.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I'll have a vagina, and the power of the vagina works too. I really appreciate
that on a live stream.
I really appreciate that.
I wish more men would admit that.
No. You hear that all.
That's because all of the
no denying.
Those who make fun of it have a split their own. That's what my feeling is about it. That's okay.
Oh my God! Here goes my YouTube channel. Flag. I just have to throw something in there too. Totally off topic, but way back during the pandemic, I'm taking it off politics for a minute. Way back during the pandemic, I used to do these Zoom calls where I'd get 8 or 9 friends together. You're shut in, you can't do anything. And Ange was often a participant in those Zoom calls. And it's so much fun. And I'm just so glad to see you, Ange. And full disclosure, Ange has done some amazing things, charitable things for my students over the years. And Ange, I'm so happy to call you friends. I just have to put that out there. And I know you're a little nervous to come on the live stream. She's like, they're so professional. I'm like, we're here eating pumpkin cheesecake and drinking rum and Coke. How professional can it be? Don't let the graphics fool you. This is all a mirage.
I was going to pull out my blazer and I grabbed my microphone. That's
right. I love it.
In my house shirt.
Her house shirt. She's in her house. Is that a Pennsylvania thing? A house shirt? Ray, did your parents or grandparents ever wear a house shirt?
Yeah. You have a little house shirt.
Like a smock?
Is it the schmuck? Yeah. That's right. Correct. Yeah. I can relate. I think we all can relate.
Oh, what a better way to spend election night. This has become such a crazy tradition. We started this in 2016, and we said we'll come back for 2020 and do it again. And here we are in 2024, and God knows where we'll all be in 2028, Probably rooting for J.D. Vance. Oh, no, Ivan!
Ivan's in the bathroom, man. He didn't realize.
Ivan's taking a pee on a hot mic. I muted it. I hear this. He's in there, and you just hear. He's got his mic on. I muted him, so we're not gonna hear the boys on the couch for a minute. While Ivan, let's turn Ivan's mic back on and see if he washes his hands.
Wait.
Oh, you took my mic with him?
What's that? He has a mic clipped on his shirt, and he took a wee break. And for a hot second, Ange, you might not have heard it because you're hearing a different mic feed.
Yeah.
The YouTube folks, just that the sound you heard, that was Ivan. Healthy flow. Healthy flow.
That's what's important. I actually have another question I'd like to ask the.
All right. Well, before we get to your question, do we want to do anything to wrap up with Ange so we don't hold her on the feed, and then we'll go to Ethan? Or you have a question for Ange?
I have a question for the panel.
All right. So we'll get to that. Let me wrap up with Ange. So, Ange, anything you want to add before I let you go?
I just, whoever you voted for, I'm glad you voted. I was raised in a family. My grandmother has had a newspaper cutout photo of every president on her refrigerator.
Wow.
And when you ask her why, it is so she is reminded to pray for them every day. So whether it's Kamala Harris, no matter if it's Donald Trump, or every president down the road, I know every day I start my day praying for this country, for its leaders, along with our family and friends. Thank you for voting. There's people that fought very hard and sacrificed everything for us to have that ability. And I think that that's lost on some people. It is not only a right, it is a privilege to vote. And that vote, I hope people truly take this responsibility to heart, take it seriously. I hope more people are able to talk with folks like you gentlemen. I know Dave's pushed my thinking a lot over the years.
Oh, he does.
And I appreciate him very much for that. I like to hear other perspectives. I like to learn about other people. And I just wish the world had a little bit more of that and a lot more Jesus.
Wow.
Amen.
Does she got sisters?
All right, everybody. I'm gonna clap for Ange because she.
Someone with a lot of spare guest rooms.
All right, Ange. Thank you so much for coming on tonight.
Guys, have a good night.
Back on.
Bye bye.
Good night, and best of luck to your husband and your child. Oh, they hopefully feel better.
Am I back on, Dave?
You always been on. Yeah.
Dave, do we have time for
A commercial break.
a commercial break, and then we come back
Yeah, we'll
for
take a break.
another
what we'll do,
question
folks,
from
is
our panel?
I'm just going to.
Why don't-
we want to get to Ethan's question?
Yeah, that's
Or-
correct. Ethan had a question.
So why can't we just let it run? We let it run and we just, I mean, we kind of,
We're just gonna get
kind of whatchamacallit. No, definitely. After, and then to the break.
Yeah, Ethan, here, come get the mic. What's your question?
This is hi again. This is Ethan. I don't vote.
A little too close.
That's okay.
There you go.
Hey again, this is Ethan. I don't vote. I make it a business not to vote since I don't endorse either candidate, and I don't really follow politics, but I do enjoy geopolitics quite a bit. So, war is on the topic right now, and this has to deal mainly with the political war that's happening in Ukraine, and of course the war that's happening currently in the Middle East. Right now, one of our candidates up for presidency has a background with dealing with geopolitics, specifically with handling the South China Sea. He successfully negotiated that situation, and I feel that he has the ability to negotiate peace terms in both Russia and Ukraine. However, that does not get my full endorsement. I'm not sure how Harris might approach the situation, but I guess my biggest question is, how do you think either candidate is going to navigate the next 4 years in terms of avoiding potential war or possibly setting off this next upcoming Third World War? It's going to happen at some point. I mean, this is my personal opinion on the matter. And a follow-up question to that, a lot of people tend to look at war negatively. while never looking at the positive aspects of war, being advancements in technology, industrial sectors, agriculture, medicine, all these sectors which prop up the economy and help stimulate the everyday man's paycheck. Do you guys think there's any potential for us benefiting from this net growth from death, essentially, from mass death? Yeah.
So you make a valid point as to the pros in a potential in a war, but I think what everybody is afraid of, and that's why I don't even say the big three, right? Because it's almost like taboo. Because I mean, right now with the technology that we do have today in this day and age, is if we do have the big one, right? Potentially that's it. That would be the end, right? So I don't think. Speaking for everybody, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think we see the afterlife. I don't think we see the after. After post. The big one. You know what I mean? So I think that's what everybody's we're just avoiding. I think it's a total avoidance.
Yeah, I don't think we want to see it because the consequence of that could be catastrophic and global. Ethan, my take on your question is, and maybe this is just my opinion, a lot of, in terms of the geopolitics and the brevity or the gravity of the decision of this election, there are many people that feel that because of the Republican candidate Trump's positioning and how his close ties are to Russia and Vladimir Putin, that the reality is that he will not do what's necessary and will support Russia's takeover of Ukraine. If that in fact happens, the vulnerability that many people see, Victor, thanks for coming, by the way. The vulnerability that will come to that region of the world and the dominance that Russia may play and have with trying to take over other nations in that region that look for us for protection and help to spread democracy could be severely threatened. And so the question here becomes, what does Trump really feel about Putin? Is he someone that is going to stand up to him? There are many people that say that they do, and that Putin wouldn't necessarily have made the moves that he has during the Biden administration. But then the other aspect inside of that is that many times in his rhetoric and his personal engagements with Crimea and the Russian administration shows that he has empathy for them, and people seem that to be dangerous. The other play as well is that in terms of the economy, because of the fact that NATO is depending upon what our movements are and what happens in the outcome of whether or not Ukraine is able to become a sovereign nation again, has such tentacles in terms of how we are able to have dominance both with our economy and with spreading democracy, and not having utilitarian governments come across all around the world. And I guess that's where the international relations difference is. And listen, when it comes to warfare and the positive part of it, some people may argue that a lot of the beneficiaries that come with war and the economic gains that come with that are focused on private industry and that don't help economies overall, and the destruction that may come of it as a result doesn't supersede what economic gain a company like a defense firm could garner as a result of the destruction and the economic loss that comes regionally and impacts on the long run.
Is that the reason why the current administration gave so much money to Ukraine?
Yeah, I think that the resources that have been given to Ukraine is to, in the long term, protect Russia not having an overhaul takeover of controlling a region that's extremely important to us.
Right.
That's what I would say.
Correct.
Right, which has been a policy of the U.S. for decades, right, in terms of dealing or trying to stamp out communism around the world, or the spread of communism around the world, or totalitarian states, right? Is that we have lent resources and lent military aid to countries, often weaker nations, that are trying to stave off attacks and unwanted advances from larger communist countries. This is not a new thing. This is the same soup reheated, right? So it may be new for us in this generation, but we've done this before in other areas of the world.
So I mean, I was trolling you, by the way, Ray, but and you handled it well. So I'm sorry. But again, I think it boils back down to that $1 million question of when is it enough? When does it stop? And I think the astronomical amount of aid that was provided to Ukraine just screamed, enough is enough. The way we handled pulling out of what is it? Afghanistan, another blunder. And to say that, to say that Harris, her hands weren't in of the United States. I'm sorry, I don't buy it.
Well, I think to your point, I think the way Afghanistan was handled was a very a knee-jerk-esque reaction to that sentiment of enough, right? I think the mass populace were buying into the rhetoric that we had been there too long, we had put in too much money, that too many American lives had been lost, and it was time to leave, and they wanted it now. And so we did it now, and it was disastrous. Okay. That is not the way history has shown us you withdraw from places we've been entrenched for decades.
And I appreciate that. I appreciate, and I don't even want to use the word admittance, right? Because that's like a buzzword. Oh my God, he admitted, right? But and to say that it was disastrous, because that's exactly what it was. And that's what this is. This is that tough talk. This is that tough. You have to come to terms with what it is. And I'm sorry. I find on both sides. I'm not just going to point on one side, right? Because I'm going to get the backlash. Well, you're only pointing the finger at this side. Well, what about this side? Listen,
we're not going to talk about those negative people that you get the backlash
for.
Right?
Man.
We're here on this forum to give
the
thing.
We
I don't
should.
want you to preface the fact that you're going to get that. I want you to
state
what you're going to state, because there's no judgment zone here.
I want our listeners, I want our viewers to know that if this is happening to the Puerto Rican from the Bronx, right, who's experiencing, having these experiences here, then imagine what's happening across the country.
Yeah, and you know what? People will say that on the opposite end as well, that there is a fervor out there that those who don't feel on the opposite side of you, in particular Haitians that were called out for eating dogs and cats, and other groups that were particularly targeted, feel the same way, that they're attacked, that their lives are in danger because of this increased fervor of rhetoric, and so I think that goes overall on both sides.
And it goes on both sides. And I think if we're gonna talk about that and having tough talk, and just to lighten the situation, I do think that was. I just want to say on the record, I do think that was premature and just dumb for Trump to say.
Yeah. And doubled down by his vice presidential candidate.
And I'll double down on it as well and say, listen, we did hear, right? We know
Haitians, right? Did you ask any of your Haitian friends if they eat dogs and cats?
Listen,
or would you have the fervor? Well, I want you to hold that thought, because I want to make sure Dave chimes in here as well.
I just want go ahead, because it's just funny, and I'm sure people will get it. But and not to be stereotypical, but listen, within the community, I'll just put it like that, right?
Yeah.
Whether you, right, within the community, we know that there are practices within the community, and I'll just say voodoo and so on and so forth, or whatever it is, and we're aware of it, right? Now, does everybody do it? Absolutely not, but we're aware of it, and it happens. It happens. Now, to say that the majority or whatever, yes, that was wrong and it was stupid. But I think, but for us to ignore the fact that, like, we've never heard of it before or is just preposterous, then we're not being real with
Well,
ourselves either.
I would be to the contrary. I haven't heard that, at least in the Haitian community,
Well,
but maybe
speaking
that's
of
my
eating
experience.
dogs and cats, how would you guys like to take a break so we can eat some pumpkin cheesecake and apple crisp?
All right.
All right.
That sounds amazing.
All right. So for everybody watching at home, we're going to leave the feed up. We're going to leave the camera on the couch. We're going to kill all the mics because God only knows what you might hear us talking about when we're off camera. I'm going to raise the audio up on Fox News so you can kind of listen to what Sean Hannity and team are talking about there. We're going to take, 15, 20, maybe a half hour. I don't know, but the cameras will still be on. You'll still see us moving around, but we're going to take a break because we need the bathroom and some sustenance. So thanks for joining us. Tough Talk 2024. We'll be back shortly.
Yeah, how was Joe Piscopo? Did you hear it? I did. You did hear it? How are you doing, my man? How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, so yeah, it was some of it. God bless you. God bless you. Yeah, I know. It's a sausage fest. It is. Welcome, Mr. President. Welcome back to the show, sir. You know, that's my guy.
Check. I'm still hearing ourselves.
Yeah, we're still on paper. Two people watching. Oh, I'm watching now. He does a Sunday show on WBC Radio for 3 hours. It's all based on his, love and dedication to Frank Sinatra.
Why am I still hearing ourselves?
He produces that show all week. Intricately chooses specific songs to go by the theme of all the years, the decades that Sinatra has performed. And he gets the sponsorship for it. He hustles himself to do that. And that show airs from
Check.
10 p.m. on Sunday nights. 10 p.m. 10 p.m. And he comes in, he goes in studio, 52nd and 3rd Avenue is where all the ABC studios are. And, he drives back home. He lives all the way fucking New Jersey. And he comes back. Go on.
Check.
I'm going to be doing it live on the 12th and 13th. Live from downtown. Yeah, so you had fun on the show? Yeah. We talked about all my things. Oh, yeah. So then that's what you should do. You should work into their sales team to give you on air rates. And you can work with it and it could be recurring. Yeah, just go segments for that. Yeah. Moving parts, At the end of the day, I got to get myself going. Got stuck with the Jaguar again. Oh no! he didn't leave you. I thought I smashed your son in front of Chipotle. So I was going into Chipotle, and then I came out and said, "What? Let me tell you the story. I was around the corner and I had a quick meeting. When I had the meeting, when I left the
Check,
meeting,
check, 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 check. Where is the sound coming from?
I'm using the excuse, guys. So I had the key in my pocket in the meeting at the hotel. At my meeting count. Oh shit, I've been running for an hour. The brain may have not realized that the key was near the car. So when I pulled out to get Chipotle, it was only 500 feet away. And then it would start again. So I was gonna call the tow truck, but I called my buddy who came and got me. Left that, but that's one start. Always does it 2 or 3 hours. I'm thinking the brain has to be reset.
That's a really good question.
It's $15,000 on the computer, and it's a nice car. You know,
That's the new way for the taking the Hunts Point. Wait for the high tide. That Super Bowl happened 2 weeks ago. It's so I'm an environmentalist, right? I want expansion away from cost. Specifically,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and I don't know if anybody's streaming us or not, but we're going to find out. We're coming back from a break. We had some food, we had some drink, we used the bathroom, we did all those things. So we're going to give the gentleman, the slow gentleman over there, time to get back to the couch.
Mike's live.
Yeah, we need mics.
Mike's is coming out. Oh, shit.
Joining in, Anthony, huh?
All right.
No. Is green light supposed to blink?
Sit in the middle there.
Nah. Is the green light supposed to blink? I think so.
That's just letting us know that we should shut off Ivan's mic.
No.
I know it's not. Hey, testing. You guys, you hear us okay?
Hold on a second. No, I can't hear you. I got to power that receiver up.
It's blinking.
Yep, I think
All I need is one mic, one mic.
There it is. Testing 1 2.
All right.
Ethan, welcome back.
Welcome back.
Let me get. Oh, Ange is already back. She says, I missed you all.
Oh,
We missed you too, Ange. All right, I got to make a new Zoom call.
Uh-oh.
Because.
Make a new Zoom call, so we lost our viewers.
Let's focus.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Okay.
All right.
Now it's just on the returns here.
Zoom.
Talk about that. And where you want to go next?
Just remember, Ray, we are live, so
Oh,
whatever
yes.
you say.
Sorry, yes.
You can talk. You can talk to him. He's live. All right.
That camera, Dave, on you is just so crisp.
That's this.
It's,
That's the
it's
selfie.
so vivid, yeah.
I should be using that one for the feed, but I don't like the angle. I like the angle.
Yeah, I hear you.
So, all right, let me invite.
Well, Ethan, you got to realize too that there, right, there's certain states that are projected to be Democratic or Republican, right? California just closed. New York's polling closed at 9 o'clock. So New York has how many? California 54. New York has I forget how much electoral votes New York has. Yeah, in the 30s. So it makes a whole difference as well. So. But yeah.
All right. So I just went on Facebook and I published our live stream link, and I published our Zoom link.
Yeah. Dave, are people
on the stream?
People give any comments on Facebook about what they feel or opinions?
Not yet, but I will encourage them to do so.
No, they don't. They don't have to. Well, listen, we're back here. We had a couple of, as Dave said, we had a couple of drinks. We got to rest. You got to relieve yourself on camera and off camera.
We heard it. Healthy flow, by the way.
There it is.
Yeah. Thank you.
And by the way, if you're over 40, you should get a prostate exam. It's definitely recommended.
Even though,
I need to
even though you're being serious, that was pretty funny.
Hey, listen, the results are coming in. We're now, give or take some, 20 to 30 points here. The West Coast polls are coming in. They're closing.
Are we live with Fox? Because it's not matching what's on.
Oh, it's not matching what's on.
Now we
there?
got Kevin O'Leary.
Okay.
So, folks, we're in this portion, not to cut Ray off, we're going to focus more now on returns, right? I'm really getting bad echo. We're going to focus on returns because the first segment was like issue, and what got you to the polls, and abortion, and all that good stuff. But now we're going to keep an eye on the numbers because the numbers matter. Ray, I'm gonna turn your mics on. All right, there we go.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna. I'm gonna mute the TV if that's all right.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right. So what's on our minds?
Yeah, Desmond, I wanted to start with you. Thanks, Dave. Hey, you see the numbers coming in. What's your feeling right now? Are you feeling a little nervous? or how you feeling the night's gonna flow? In particular, how do you think the Harris campaign, what's going on back there? How do you think they're analyzing the numbers that we see here on the screen?
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling a lot better now. Now that the West Coast returns have come in, and her numbers are now much more competitive than they've been. Quite frankly, all night long, she's trailed Trump. He has never had the lead in terms of electoral college votes, but the race has tightened. And with a strong emphasis and a strong focus now on those key battleground states of Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and North Carolina, where the margin of error is very slim. And as we was watching the analyst go not state by state and not city by city, but almost county by county on the electoral maps to identify potential strongholds for either candidate. Now it's getting down to the political nitty gritty, right? Where it's every single vote counts, every county counts, every polling station counts, and so this is where elections are won or lost, right? In these final hours, and so I'm glad to see that it's tightened. I'm hoping everyone is watching, and I'm interested to see how it pans out.
Yeah, Ivan, we get deeper into the night where, 11 o'clock Eastern time here. Are you feeling more confident than you did when we first got in the air about 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago, or what? How you feeling right now?
Again, for me, I don't think. I mean, I don't. For me personally, I mean, this is not a win or lose thing. I mean, it is what it is. At the end of the day, although I would say my vote went to Trump. At the end of the day, if Harris wins, she'll be my president, and I would have no problem saying that.
Yeah. Well, as a person who voted for Trump, do you feel more confident? Do you think it's going to be, down to the wire? What's your initial feeling, just from what you see right now?
Well, obviously, I'm avoiding the C word, right? Conspiracy, right? Again, I know a lot of people felt like that about the previous election, although, in reference to a lot of people said, oh, they were watching, and I believe a lot of some of us are not aware of how this works, or how the votes are counted. So there's a lot of skepticism. So we're obviously potentially going to have that again, where people are skeptic as to, oh, Trump was winning, and then all of a sudden he didn't win. So that if that should happen, should be interesting to say the least.
I'm going to nominate you next year to be a poll and an election worker.
We have a comment.
Oh, you have a. Oh, let's go right back to Dave.
From the town of East Haven, Connecticut. Mr. Josh Robertson chimes in saying it's 11 o'clock Eastern time, and Raimundi is still awake.
Oh, wow.
Wide awake, Josh. Missing you, by the way. And I'm going to keep it a record. I'm going to be up past midnight.
Well, this guy falls asleep before the second song on a Broadway show.
You haven't seen any pictures from Dave yet of me sleeping, huh? So
give it time.
Appreciate you tuning into Tough Talk, by the way. So I wanted to get you, Dave. What's your take about the numbers and how we're looking as we get deeper into election night and get into the day after election day? What's your take about what's going on?
I think it's as expected. Let me get my camera back up here. Oops, that's the wrong one. Let me do.
It's just incredible, by the way, that you're able to
a
technical direct and offer commentary. So I just got to give it up to you for doing that. And
geeks rule the world, as they say.
Yeah, you got
No, I
that
think it's
right.
as expected. I mean, in a lot of the swing states, we're seeing Trump ahead. without all of the votes, counted. I actually wish I was able to stream the CNN feed because they're doing a better job of tapping in on the map and going into these counties and seeing what's outstanding. Fox isn't doing that. But purely for technical reasons, I can't show CNN on the live feed. If you see, every time I try, it just shows a blank white screen. I called at the beginning of the night. I stand by the idea that Trump is going to walk away with the presidency. Will it be a landslide? I don't know. He's leading across the blue wall right now. He's leading Pennsylvania right now. One item that was particularly curious to me was that he, as of now, with the amount of vote counted, flipped Center County. And for those who may not know, Center County is the home of Penn State University. It's a very blue county in the center of red Pennsylvania. And I don't remember the last time that Center County went red because I don't remember things like that. But I did notice that. And, he's leading in Michigan. He's leading in Wisconsin currently. And I just hope that those trends hold out.
Yeah, Dave, I wanted you for a moment to kind of take off your Pennsylvania residency cap, and I wanted to present this question to the panel at whole. Of course, it's so important, and these elections are primarily decided on these swing states that have gotten so much attention during this election campaign and have been through previous years of election campaigns. I wanted to get your take and the panel's take about, how people feel about that and whether or not the focus and attention on these swing states have sometimes put forward the mindset of, well, you know what, the vote only matters in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin and Georgia.
Right. So my vote doesn't count.
My vote doesn't count. Why am I taking the time to do that? I just wanted to get your take upon that. I wanted to start with you.
I mean, I don't have much of a take on it. It's a system we live in. It's a system that was created by our founders. We have the Electoral College for a reason, so that the large population centers or the large states didn't make decisions for the entire geographic spread of the country. Does it have its flaws? Sure. But it's worked for us so far.
Right. And I would also say, if it doesn't turn out to either side's way or whatever the case may be, you had 4 years to fix it, right? You had 4 years to fix it. So if you have a problem in the morning, you had 4 years to fix it. Yeah. And why didn't you, right?
Yeah.
I don't think they'll change the Electoral College.
Yeah.
No. I don't think we'll ever go to a pure popular vote. And, you hear people cry all the time, democracy, democracy. We're a constitutional republic. Mm-hmm. Right? We're a constitutional republic, which, I'm not a scholar, I'm not a social studies teacher, but it has its differences from a, popular vote, traditional democracy. I think the system works, and it's the rules we have to live within.
But somebody could also argue then we need more than a two-party system.
There's a fair argument to that too. I don't know that we'll ever get there. There have been parties that have tried, the Green Party, the Independent Party, but I don't know. Although I think, don't throw the chair at me here. I think if the Democrats continue down the road they're on, their party's on the way out the door.
They'll definitely split.
People are fleeing the Democratic Party.
I don't know. Presidential nominee who started months after the initial primaries that happened earlier this year, and they were able to galvanize enough to throw their whole support behind one candidate. Now, some may argue, was that a choice or that was just forced? Either way, it shows in the way in which we have gotten to tonight, how there's such a split decision in the country. And I argue against the fact that the Democratic Party people have left. I think there is fraction within the Republican Party because you have those who are extreme Trump supporters, and there's still the mainstream conservative people who, or I should say, party members who are still struggling as to whether or not they want to support
the actions uh, of a Donald Trump presidency, and them having an internal battle as to, them not agreeing with Trump's policies and administration, but knowing that, without his support, they couldn't maintain a seat in office. So I would argue there's more of a fraction in the Republican Party in trying to make sure they get their identity.
Oh, most definitely. I agree with that assessment. I think the one strength that the Democrats have is that we have been united. And the party that has, for good or bad, has been able to stand in solidarity behind a candidate. Now, whether that candidate took us off a proverbial cliff or not, we've been able to stand with them. The Republican Party is fractured, and Donald Trump, I believe, is the main reason for it. I believe there's a tremendous amount of tacit, unmentioned fear. And in some corners, I liken Donald Trump and the Republican Party to Voldemort, right? The name that shan't be mentioned, right? People are afraid to cross him, to say anything that may stir him or his base, and that's problematic in a two-party system. So I think the Republicans, whether they win or not tonight, have a long road ahead of them in terms of realizing any semblance of unification.
I disagree. I mean, if this is not proof in the pudding, I don't know what is. You literally have.
This is the voice of the people, not
right,
the
this
party.
Is, right. Okay. So the voice of. Okay. So with that being said, I mean, you have somebody like myself, and I'm right personally, right. You're talking. I'm from a blue state, right. Mm-hmm. I voted blue probably my whole life, and now I've changed. So I am a testament as to nope, we're not doing this anymore. Okay, well, this is a testament to you've always been in control. All right, the majority of my life, of my personal life, and you haven't. And what have you shown me? What have you done with it?
The Democratic
right?
Party
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You keep selling me hopes and dreams, and they're not happening, or and things are not getting rectified. So I'm sorry that no, there's definitely, some, how would you say, and Democrats are definitely going to come back to the table and say, you know what, we threw everything we had at them. We threw Beyonce at them. All right, we threw everything we could, and we didn't get it, or you know what? At the end of the day, even if you win, you have to say to yourself, you didn't get enough. With everything that you did, you threw everything that you possibly could, and you know what? You're walking on eggshells. When are you gonna wake up and say, you know what? What are we doing wrong?
All right, Dave, you wanted to send it back to you. You had some news.
I hold on a second here. Let me get my mic.
Uh-huh.
I just wanted to point out, if you flip back over to Fox, they're doing a lot of numbers here. So
Yeah.
now the board just went
so-
away.
Oh,
I do have
sorry.
some comments. No, it's okay. I wanted some comments I want to share. Our good friend Ange is chiming in again through some direct messages. She mentioned that Ohio gained Moreno. She says she's coming to the couch in 2028.
Oh.
Ange is
Well,
coming to the couch.
There it is, a trip
Look
to
at
New
that.
York. We have to get some better chairs in here, Dave, to make me not look fat. But welcoming Ange to come to New York to join the Tough Talk. Yeah.
She also mentions that Center County has had enough. Remember, I mentioned Center County flipping. She said she thinks this race is going to boil down to House and Senate, possibly more important than the presidency itself. What say you?
Always is.
I
Always is.
I wouldn't disagree with her with that.
Always
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
I liken that comment to the Obama presidency, right? That had one of the most sweeping grassroots campaigns really galvanized the country. Yes, we can. Got everyone pumped up about, believing in the American dream that somebody can come from humble beginnings and ascend to the presidency. And yet, once he became president, was unable to get anyone who he wanted not confirmed in terms of his nominees. The House and Senate is where the last bastion of power truly lies in the federal government. And so those are where our attention should lie during midterm elections, during special elections, during federal elections. And so I agree with you. As we look at these numbers from these states and count the electoral college votes, we should also be keeping a keen eye on who's picking up these House and Senate seats.
I wanted to pose a question to you because Ivan kept reiterating to the fact that the Democrats promise so much and then they don't deliver in his eyes. Do you feel that the Democratic Party, with and I know we're going back a couple of months here, but with the choosing of Biden to run for re-election and then Vice President Harris coming in at the end, do you feel that there's a gaping hole in the party in terms of who will be the next new leadership that's not associated with Biden, that's not associated with the Obamas or the Clintons, that's going to take the Democratic Party beyond this election and more, that don't have any connection to the previous years of Democratic leadership, and did they fail upon making sure that they have that person in this day and age to move forward for the future and separate anything else that's happened over the last 8 to 10, 12 years in the Democratic Party?
I think that's a not I'm gonna say a loaded question, but not an easily answered one, right? I think that with this particular election and this campaign cycle, I believe the Democratic Party missed an opportunity, or to nominate a candidate that the American people had confidence in and could rally behind earlier than when they decided to make the decision to switch candidates midstream. And I think even looking at tonight that Harris is not being blown away by any stretch of the imagination, is in lockstep for the most part in electoral college or vote-wise with Donald Trump to this point. And she did not start from the same campaign start as Donald Trump did. She started and picked up the torch or carried the baton halfway through a campaign that was launched by a sitting president. And look where we are tonight, right? So imagine if that was the decision from the party from the very onset, on where we could have been. So I think there was some missteps with this particular campaign, and who knows who will emerge after tonight as the heir apparent.
Yeah, great point. Dave, I wanted to send it back to you, and I know there's numbers coming in as well.
So guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take myself off camera, and I'm going to slide over so that you guys can see my screen here. This is from Google, and this is what they have coming in right now. So as of right now, Google, and this is sourced by the Associated Press according to Google, they're currently saying, can you guys see my screen on the couch? They're saying right now Trump sits with 230 electoral votes, Harris at 187. They are showing the blue wall in pink. So leaning Trump. Pennsylvania with 76% reporting is up 51.2 to 47.9.
Wow.
It's about just shy of a 200,000 vote margin, 2.7 million to 2.5 million. Let's see, that's with 76% in. Michigan, with only 32% in, is 52 to 45. 52 to 45, but only 32% in. Yeah, we can't get CNN. Maybe I'll just do what CNN's doing. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
You know what
Matter of fact, our friends at home, let me come over here and I can actually make this just a little bit bigger so they can see a little bit better.
Dave, I have a special request.
What's that?
Can you look into what numbers we have for New York? I would like to see what those numbers look like.
So with 83% of the vote counted in New York, Kamala's up 56 to 43 over Trump.
Now,
she's leading by 900,000. 900,000 votes.
It would be interesting to see if that number changed.
It lets me zoom in just like CNN does.
Oh, very nice.
Okay, so looks like the Hudson Valley is mostly blue. Eastern Long Island red as expected. New York City blue as expected. Westchester County blue as well. Buffalo blue, Syracuse and 2 counties south, and Rochester all blue. The rest of the state's red. So yeah, that's what they have for New York.
I would like to compare that to 2020.
Yeah,
I know. I'm asking.
But I'm doing this for the benefit of folks watching at home.
Yeah.
So you guys can see my map. So
Yeah.
as we look at Michigan again, 32% in Wisconsin with 2/3 of the vote counted, 66%. Trump is leading Kamala by about 3%, 50.9 to 47.6. So just shy of a full 3% with 2/3 of the Wisconsin vote in. It is a raw vote count of about 70,000.
Yeah, and Dave, both candidates spend heavy amounts of time in Wisconsin, particularly over this past weekend, leading into Election Day. Both of them having dueling rallies, in fact, on Friday and on Saturday, very late. I think Trump did a rally there also last night. So, listen, Pennsylvania, just as important. A lot of electoral votes at stake as well. But undoubtedly, the amount of time that both the candidates spent in Wisconsin is key to put here. And Dave, as you mentioned with the blue wall, this blue wall is important because of that important factoid, right? The fact that Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
Would you like to hear about Minnesota?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let's talk Minnesota.
Yeah.
Only 16% of the vote in, but right now 61 to 36, Trump's favor.
Yeah.
In Minnesota.
Yeah.
And the question there is the Muslim vote, right? Isn't Minnesota a big
correct?
Muslim state?
Correct. Minneapolis.
You know what I found interesting, and I'd love to hear you guys take on it. Again, not getting too deep into policy. We're talking about returns in the second half of the show. Did you notice that Trump had both Jewish and Muslim endorsements? If there were there's all kinds of video going around the internet. Large Jewish populations in New York and New Jersey, namely down in Lakewood. Have you ever been down to Lakewood? Down in the area towards Jackson, where we go down to Jackson Liberty High School. Large parades of Hasidic Jews lining up to vote, with Trump flags and the whole 9 yards. And then you had mayors in Michigan, Dearborn, and other places from the Muslim community endorsing Trump. I don't remember a time when you had two different religious groups that are on opposite sides of a global conflict, as you have right now in Israel and Gaza, both endorsing the same guy. What does that tell me? Thanks for asking. It tells me they want an end. They want an end to the conflict, and they believe that there's one person who can bring that conflict to an end, and it's not Kamala Harris.
Wasn't thinking of it like that.
Well,
I was thinking of it.
I echo my words in response to that comment of the question that Ethan asked before. And, many people may say that the reason for the conflict that's happening right now in the first place, take care, guys. Anthony and Adrian, thank you so much.
We're going to say goodbye.
We're going to say goodbye. Thank you for voting, by the way.
Listen, if you want to take any food home with you, wrap it up with aluminum foil, do whatever you need.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
All right.
But,
I do have an additional.
Take care.
Yeah, absolutely. I will come to you in just a second. But to finish my point there, a lot of people, there are some people, I should say, that believe that during the Trump presidency, his declarative move of moving the U.S. Embassy from the
Tel Aviv? Tel Aviv to Jerusalem?
From
Tel Aviv to Jerusalem?
Tel Aviv to Jerusalem was such a game changer in in recognizing Israel and Jerusalem as the authoritarian power there, and not recognizing the my gosh, why can't I think of my thought? Not recognizing Palestinians and their independence, and this was the brewing that led up to what had unfortunately transpired back on October 7th. I yes, there is a support amongst Jewish. I know there is controversy surrounding feel the administration isn't doing enough to hold Israel accountable for the persecution against Palestinians. I think that's another
and vice versa,
debate
and vice
to talk
versa.
about.
And I think that's where they lost a lot of the Jewish vote. I think, yeah, they didn't feel that that's being done for them.
Well, it's interesting that there, and I find it interesting wholeheartedly, nonpartisan here, that there is that much support, given the fact that Vice President Harris is married to a practicing Jew.
All right, let's go back to the map, because the map is getting more and more interesting. So again, this is by the Associated Press. We're not talking Fox News, we're not talking CNN, we're talking AP. They've just flipped Minnesota to a light blue, so it's now swinging blue, Kamala 55 to Trump 42, and that's 46% of the vote. Most interesting to me, the AP has called North Carolina for Donald Trump. With 89% of the vote in, he's leading 50.8 to 48.1, so about 2.3%.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's a 140,000 vote margin from my quick napkin math.
That's arguable
But
to say
the AP
that's
has
a lot.
put the check mark on North Carolina. That's a big win for Donald Trump. That was one that was a questionable state. Arizona is leaning towards Trump, but again, and Arizona's been sitting at this number for quite some time.
Yeah, I could also do in terms of the Senate and House of Representatives. It appears, at least according to Fox, that two seats were flipped in the Senate, and the same for the U.S. House of Representatives. Of course, that number for the House of Representatives is 219 for the majority. But that's according to Fox News, as the numbers keep coming as well for those other key important races that are happening all around the country.
Yeah, Arizona hasn't moved. And guys, forgive me, I'm going to mute your mic while I talk because I do hear the echo as well.
At least I'm going to lower you down a little bit. So Arizona, again, still where it's at 50% reporting, 49.7, 49.5, too close to call. Georgia, now Georgia, we were talking about Georgia during break. We were looking at some of those counties, Desmond and I, and a couple others. Georgia's not called by the AP yet, but 91% of the vote is in, and it's 51 to 48.3, so 1.7%. And as I zoom in on Georgia, his population centers in and around Atlanta. It's not what we see county by county. We can see what the counties are shaded. I just can't look at all of their numbers. So Georgia's shaded red, but big win for Trump in North Carolina. Three of the four.
Well, at least according to the AP, none of the other networks have called that, by the way.
But wishful thinking ones, right? Pennsylvania, back to PA, my home state, Keystone State. No better living up to its name than it is tonight. 77% of the vote is in. 51.3 to 47.8. We're talking about a difference of 200, just shy of 200,000 votes that Trump leads by. And we were talking during the break, I had said that Republicans had a huge registration lead in Pennsylvania. And I think this is where you're seeing that play out. I think that, if I remember the number correctly, I think going into 2020, Democrats had something like a 750,000 registered vote margin, just in the number of registered voters. I think that Republicans cut that down to a low 400,000, just based on registration efforts. So it sounds like Republicans in Pennsylvania not only registered the vote, they got out and they voted.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the results are. I know you can't see it on that Google map, but focusing more on Pennsylvania, how does Allentown look? How does Hazleton?
Well, I can tell you right now, only two counties in the Northeast are blue. I don't think Wilkes-Barre Scranton. I could be wrong about that. I don't know which counties.
Yeah.
It's not letting me click the individual counties.
Right.
Allentown, the county Allentown is in, is blue. All the counties surrounding Philadelphia are blue. I think the county that Harrisburg is in is blue. Cambria. No, this is. Let me see. This is Cambria, so that would be Blair County. That's Blair. That's Cambria, and that's Indiana. So Blair County right now is leaning blue, but remember that Cambria County is the county that had the issue with the voting machines.
Yeah.
So they've extended voting. Well, they did extend voting until 10 p.m. It's now 11:37 Eastern. I'm surprised to see Cambria blue.
Yeah.
Cambria is the county where my former employer is located, WJAC-TV. Very rural, other than the town of Johnstown. I'm getting a phone call from Ange.
She knows
Let me go back
something.
to my messages from her and see if maybe that was accidental or if she's trying to get back in on the Zoom. Where are you, Ange?
Yeah.
Gentlemen, pick it up while I go figure out what's going on with Ange.
Yeah, absolutely. It's looking more at the numbers I just saw. North Carolina, 90% of the vote in. Trump, according to Fox at least, has a slight lead. Michigan, 37% of the votes in. Trump, 51 to 47%. Georgia, Trump with 51%. Vice President Harris, 48%. I don't know how many votes still need to come in for that. Arizona still continues to be very close, 49-5, 49-7 respectively. The scorecard, at least according to Fox News, has Trump with 216 electoral votes compared to 193 electoral votes for Vice President Harris. Still a lot of states to be counted as well. We see New Mexico, still results haven't came in. Virginia as well. I'm still waiting for numbers to come in as well. We know there's a big party happening down there in Mar-a-Lago and West Palm Beach. Meanwhile, Vice President Harris and her surrogates and close campaign advisors at her alma mater of Howard University, waiting for the results to come in as well. Very interesting to see, too, as we get later into the night, closer to that midnight hour, getting into the next day, as we see those numbers as well, who's going to come out to speak first? Are the candidates going to come out to speak despite the fact that there may be some numbers still trying to come in, are all part of the questions that we wait here in anticipation as we get later into the night on this election day.
You know what state we haven't mentioned is Nevada. Nobody's really looked at Nevada. Is that one of the states that we should be paying attention to, Dave?
Let me go over and take a look. Right now, the AP has no results for Nevada. It's grayed out. It says results expected soon.
Yeah, and how many electoral votes are in there? 9?
I don't know.
Yeah, I can't remember about that. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so I'm starting to feel anticipation. I'm getting a little angst, quite honestly. I don't know how you out there who are tuning in are feeling. How late are you going to stay up to see?
6 votes for Nevada.
Six electoral votes for Nevada. Thank you so much, Dave. There was a part of me that thought that we would know by this time, but I think overall, and I want to get your two takes and Dave's take as well on this. And Ethan had a question as well that I want to get to as well. For me, I always thought I don't think we would have known, at least going into the day after Election Day. Because everyone was saying the country is so divided, we're so split, and what's going to happen. I find it interesting that even with Fox News, I don't know what the other networks are calling, but 216 to 198. How much of a electoral difference of that? It's still pretty tight and close,
18.
given that we're so
18,
we're so late in the night. So I wonder how all of this is gonna play out here.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it comes down to some key wins that if Harris is going to keep this competitive, she's going to have to be able to pull off, Pennsylvania being one of those key battleground states. I'm with Dave on this. If she's unable to pull out Pennsylvania, I think the writing's on the wall in terms of this election.
Yeah, and Ivan, great point, Desmond and Ivan. I think it's,
one thing that it's important to note as well is that it appears there are a lot of people that took advantage of voting on election day. Um, it seems like weather across the country seem to be perfect conditions, nothing to stop people from going to a vote today. Sometimes weather is a factor in whether or not people want to take the time to go out if they are facing inclement weather. Across the country, it seems like that was smooth. We'll see how that kind of plays into how these numbers are counted in as we get deeper into tonight, huh?
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. Wisconsin, Trump continues to hold the lead right there now. Virginia, it seems like Vice President Harris 51% to 47%. This is very interesting, and I think everyone is waiting in anticipation as the networks keep showing the watch parties and people waiting just to see how this is going to happen. Ethan,
Trump just went up. This just in. Trump now has 232 electoral college votes. It was just called North Carolina
by Fox News.
By Fox News.
That's correct.
Okay, so let's turn to CNN.
Pennsylvania, they're saying still too close to call. 81% of the vote in, 51 to 47.
So what did he gain on Fox News?
Yeah, they're calling 50.8.
North Carolina, there's the graph. I don't know if our
So it was North Carolina that they didn't count before, so it's now counted. 232. So that leaves him with.
He's got to come up
36,
with 38.
38. That's what I mean. 38.
Yeah, it's 38 votes.
38.
And if he wins Pennsylvania, that cuts that in half.
Fox News also calling in New Mexico to go towards Vice President Harris as well. That's about 90% of the vote coming in as well. So very interesting. I think what's going to happen in succession is that we're going to
It's going to get closer.
And we're going to see more results coming in rapidly back to back to back to back to back.
But I didn't see her numbers go up from 190 for New Mexico.
Right.
Yeah.
She should be over 200, yes?
205 according to the AP.
Yeah, see, on
South
Fox
Carolina
it still
was
says
58 to 40. Whoa.
The AP
67 to 30.
Yeah.
South Dakota. Wow.
This could be a runaway win, guys. I don't know. 91% of Georgia still leading by that 2.7% margin. Arizona 50%. That number hasn't changed all night. Nothing from Nevada. Minnesota 51% in. 53.5 to 44.4. Kamala Harris. She's got almost 10-point lead in Minnesota. She's doing very well in Minnesota. Surprising to me.
Yeah, same to me as well.
Wisconsin at 69% in. Trump leading by nearly 3 full percentage points. That makes up about just shy of 80,000 raw votes in Wisconsin. Trump is leading by. Listen, guys, it looks like the blue wall has some cracks in it. Michigan only 39% in. Dominantly over here, 39% and 51.8.
I mean, is the argument here in terms of the blue wall that the Vice President Harris needs to turn all three of these important states in order to have a path to 260? Is that what we're saying here?
270.
270, I should say.
I don't have one of those clickable maps, and there's lots of websites out there that offer the clickable map and say
what happens if this goes here and that goes there. I'm not. Forgive me, I'm pulling my mic up here a little bit. I don't have one of those maps in front of me, but it's my understanding that if Trump wins Pennsylvania and North Carolina both, it's over. 230, Pennsylvania's 19, that puts him at 249. And then he only needs Arizona and one other state. How many does Arizona have?
11, or I think.
Is it 11?
I believe it's 11.
Let me check the GPT.
Yeah. Ethan, you had a question. I wanted to give you an opportunity to weigh in. And before you ask your question, get your thoughts as you're here with us sitting.
What's this?
Oh, we have a
Virginia goes to Kamala.
According to Fox News, with 83% of the vote in, 51 to 47%. This is according to Fox News, them calling. Okay. Virginia, I don't know how many electoral votes. I can't see on the screen there. Is that 13?
I don't know how many.
13.
13 electoral votes. So now,
So 13 will put it at 224.
She's right now. Trump has 232, Harris 211, according to Fox.
211. And that, with
Correct.
Virginia?
Oh,
I don't know.
Arizona's not been called.
I don't know if Virginia's counted in that 211 number.
I feel like that 211 was already there, unless
No, it wasn't.
number.
Ray, make sure you're sharing the mic a little bit.
Sorry.
I feel like the 211 was there.
205.
Was it?
Yeah.
But I don't know if that had counted the other state that she won, New Mexico. It was a little lag, but I don't know. I don't want to speak out of turn.
I'm going to go back to the AP map on Google real quick.
It's getting close. This is gonna be. I mean, right now it's at a nail biter. I'm trying to think back to 2016.
It wasn't this close.
And it wasn't this close.
No.
In 2020.
No, in 2020 it was that much closer. Remember, I mean, he lost by what was it, less than 5% of even the popular vote.
And was it Arizona that kind of
no,
caused that?
It was Georgia, right?
It was Georgia.
It was Georgia the
Georgia
next day.
Right, and Arizona as well. That caused the controversy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, and I thought it was Nevada. It was Arizona.
It was Arizona and Georgia the next day.
It was Arizona.
Yeah, it was the next day.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember it was the next day.
Trump's lead in Pennsylvania growing ever so slightly more. It seems like a wider gap there.
Yeah, he's almost 4 percentage points now.
AP has him just shy of 4%. 81% of the vote.
All right, Dave, with your permission, I want to go back to Ethan. Sorry, you keep interrupting him. These alerts keep coming in as we try to go to him.
It's all right.
Make back on here. There we go. All right, so Arizona, 50% hasn't moved. Something's going on in Arizona. Why is that count not going up? No change. Wisconsin, 70%, 51 to 47. Michigan with 40% in, 51.6 to 46.7. That's almost a 5-point spread in Michigan, with 40% of the vote in. Minnesota, 51% in. Kamala walking away with Minnesota. That's really it. New Hampshire's, it's not that close. 51 to 47 for Kamala. Maine,
Arizona.
about a 5-point.
There we go. 49, 4 to 49.
That's the number.
Yeah, that hasn't changed. Arizona hasn't budged. Let's take a look here. Key races. U.S. Senate. So,
Wait, Dave,
Ruben.
before you go to the Senate, Ethan had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's okay, guys. And again, for those that are viewing in, my name is Ethan. I don't vote. So I have a question for the panel with regards to energy policies for both Biden.
Hold on 1 second. Having a problem with the mics.
Okay.
I'm not getting any sound from that computer. This thing looks like it powered off. Or if it's dead. No, they might have just went to sleep. All right, talk again.
Testing 1 2 1 2.
Yeah, it's showing low battery. So
Okay.
let me hold on a second. We can swap this out. Give me a moment. Give me a moment.
Oh, wow, you have another DJI pack. Wow.
Oh, come on.
Jeez.
Backups for backups.
But, by the way, Fox News just projecting that Republicans gain control of Senate. Big, giant, mighty graphic.
Thank you, sir.
You heard that, Ivan?
I mean,
Recording.
Hakeem is out. That mean Hakeem is out?
Wait a minute. Why am I still getting sound from these mics? Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Talking to these.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Check 1 2.
Yep, we're good.
Batteries good on this?
Yep. Oh, wait a minute. What the?
Oh, wow.
That one's showing that battery too.
showing
Hold
it,
on. It can't be dead. It was in the charging case. This is the full one. How did I mess that up?
Because
Because I'm tired. It's late. That's why. Here we go. Get in there. Okay. I'm surprised it doesn't draw battery from it. These are hot mics. Here we go.
Testing 1 2. There you are.
Go ahead.
All right. Harkening back to my question, with regards to energy policy, as it stands, the Democratic Party looks to be a little more progressive with their stance in maintaining the Paris Accord that we just re-entered back in 2021, after Trump had exited the accord back in 2016 when it was initially ratified. My main issue here, as an environmentalist, is that I personally do not agree with Trump's policies with regards to expansion with fossil fuels, and rolling back regulations with regards to drilling for fossil fuels and for fracking. I have I have a bit more of a bias with Harris's stance with regards to that. Her commitment to cleaner energy sources and actually staying within the Paris Accord and the further reduction of CO2 emissions. But I would like to throw it to the panel actually. What are your thoughts with regards to each candidate's energy policy, and how do you think their energy policy will shape America moving forward? And what are your thoughts on short-term versus long-term effects with regards to this? Because this is going to affect not only us, but the future generations moving forward, especially since CO2 and most greenhouse gases aren't something that can easily be rolled back like economic policy values. You know, like once it's out there, it's out there.
Yeah. Well, I'll weigh in, and then I would love to hear the opinion of everybody else who's here. Yeah, I think energy policy is so important. It was something that I believe we heard a lot about at the beginning of
Not
this
to cut you
campaign.
off.
Yeah.
Fox News is reporting that Republicans gain Senate control.
Yeah, that was what I was saying earlier with when you had the mics. Yeah, but now I guess people get to see it on the thing. They flipped two houses. It's 51-49 now for the Senate. Senate
That's
control.
big.
Yeah.
That's big.
Yeah. Yeah, it means our New York senior senator Chuck Schumer.
He's the minority leader, right?
He's the majority leader. Will become the minority leader. If that happens. But going back to energy policy, what I was alluding to before was that it seems like this was talked about earlier in the campaign, Ethan, and then seemed to like die off after that. And Dave, please cut me off. There's another projection that we need to talk about.
Casey's losing in Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay. Got
Casey's
it.
losing to the Republican in Pennsylvania.
But undoubtedly, right, there is an argument about how CO2 emissions and global warming is having an effect on extreme weather events that have hit us not only here in the United States, but if you've been following and watching the news, there was epic floods that happened in Spain that caused hundreds upon hundreds of deaths in the center part of the country and also in the eastern end of the country as well. And in fact, when the president went to go these devastated areas, there was mud thrown on him because of what many disagreed with in terms of his energy policy. I would also say this: while there is recognition of the fact that there is climate problems that happen here because of CO2 emissions, the question that I always ask is, what capabilities do we have with ingenuity and power and electrification to be able to keep up with the promises that have been made of how we're able to convert our energy into electric by these, what I would call very ambitious deadlines of 2030 and 2040, which is within the 10 to 15 year span.
Are they realistic?
Yeah.
Are they real?
Are they really realistic to happen? And I agree. Do we have the ingenuity to be able to do that?
Right.
So there's two problems to tackle here, right? How do we keep up with the energy mass? How do we make it affordable? But how do we also recognize that drilling and fracking, while it is of important economy for a major part of middle America, we also have to take into account of how detrimental it is to our environment and Earth. And I think the difference between both parties here is that there are such varying differences in terms of what the belief is when it comes to environment and climate resiliency and the importance of oil and also what our capabilities are in terms of um, um, modernizing or electrifying everything.
Right. And Ethan expressed earlier that he's an environmentalist. So I will definitely attest that I'm not well versed, as far as, in my knowledge. Maybe you can um, shed some insight. So like one of the things that how would I say, I question is isn't now like something for batteries, right? Like in our electric vehicles, don't you need to frack cobalt, or like don't you need to frack certain minerals in order to do that? And then does that end up becoming the same thing as fracking for these other
Now,
fossil fuels?
let me jump in there and correct you. So when you refer to fracking, fracking is a very specific type of mining that is done to extract oil and gas out of shale that's buried deep in the ground. It has nothing to do with minerals like cobalt, things like that. This is a way of getting natural gas that's been trapped inside Marcellus shale primarily. What they do is they drill down through into the layers of shale, and they pump extremely high pressure water into the layers of shale that essentially crush and pulverize the shale, which releases the gas that's trapped inside. That gas is collected and drawn out into the ground. The problem is and I only can speak on authority for this because I've covered fracking so much when I was a reporter in Pennsylvania. Big stories. So what happens is there's a chemical slurry, a chemical mix that goes into that water that's used to crush under high pressure the shale. And when that water comes back out, it is highly toxic. And there's really not let's say, a good, clean, easy way to dispose of that fracking water. And so what a lot of fracking companies have done, once they extract the gas and they're done with that process, is what do we do with this chemical mix in this water that we can't easily clean up? So what do? They actually go and drill new wells and inject it into the ground and leave it there forever. They're called injection wells. And the problem is when they drill these deep injection wells into the ground to dispose of this fracking water, they have to drill through the water table, which is a layer under the earth where a lot of the groundwater that's drawn out for drinking and goes into reservoirs comes from. So there have been issues when they're drilling these wells to deposit the fracking water. They drill through the water table and they create like a concrete case around the shaft where they go through the water table. That's designed to protect the fresh drinking water table from that fracking water. But there have been instances where that protection, that casing, fails. And it has high potential for contaminating groundwater. And so, when we talk about other minerals, that's a whole different kind of mining, but fracking specifically has to do with pulling natural gas out of the ground using high pressure water, and what to do with that chemically tainted water once they draw it back out of the ground. It's not easy to treat, clean, or get rid of. And these injection wells, this happened in my hometown, just outside my hometown. Companies would go and lease a piece of land or buy a piece of land, and they'd want to just drill an injection well, shove a whole bunch of water down into the ground, cap it, and forget about it. So that's where the whole debate about should fracking be allowed or be banned, because yes, it is unleashing a whole heck of a lot of natural gas and oil from these large, it's called Marcellus shale deposits. And there's a lot of energy down there, a lot of untapped potential. But the environmental question is, what the heck do you do with that fracking water when you're done?
So we just got
Hold on. Go ahead, try again.
PA, I think.
And Georgia. Oh no, this is the path.
They called them?
No, not
this is
yet.
the
No,
path to
it's the
27.
path. He's just doing a hypothetical. So back to my question. So that would be to the both of you. Obviously, you're better versed. So is there any potential damage being done to the environment when you're mining cobalt, right? These minerals that are needed for batteries and electric vehicles.
Well, the thing is, when it comes to mining cobalt, thank you, sir. When it comes to mining cobalt, you're essentially mining a heavy metal from the Earth's crust. Any sort of mining operation is going to cause exposure to, well, those heavy metals and the particulate matter that then gets scattered into the atmosphere. That beautiful sunrise that you see every day or so is just that. It's particulate matter. Now, I'm not saying that's composed of heavy metals because obviously we don't have a heavy metal operation anywhere near the New York skyline. But, you know, you'll have particulate matter being composed of like small particles that you take in every day, like just terrible for you in the long run. My point being, that's how heavy metal mining is going to affect you in the long run. Not only that, but it can also contaminate the ground that is being mined at. Another issue, let me see, you also mentioned lithium. Lithium is one of the components that's being used when it comes to the construction of lithium-ion batteries. If Dave, chime in here because I'm not entirely sure when it comes to lithium-ion batteries, but I do know for lithium-ion, right? You need the metals for, that you get from what is it, like Peru? Is where you mine lithium?
I have
Or is it
no
lithium
idea, but
salt?
Chat GPT might know.
Oh, we do pay for that, so. I was going to say, what I do know is, you know, Tesla, the company that actually makes these electric vehicles, they actually generate most of their power banks for the batteries through the use, if I'm not mistaken, of through coal power, right? Because think about it from this perspective, a lot of the energy grid of the United States is operating on coal, which is a fossil fuel. So even though you have electricity hopping into these cars, right? It's still being powered by dirty fuel.
Right.
And now it's just stressing out the power grid that's already being like pumped out. So to the effect of us having cleaner, more efficient cars is kind of like a pipe dream. The only way
Absolutely.
you're really gonna have that is
Right. So the reason why I asked this, and I'm sorry if I cut you.
Go
So
for
the
it.
reason why I asked that because I mean you posed a very important question, right? But then I you know not being versed, you know I had to immediately ask a question back, and asking is it one, is it realistic to have these goals that the Biden Harris administration had for us? And then with that being said, and actually being educated just now by you and Dave, right? Um, is it? I mean, is there a solution? Meaning, in a sense that do fossil fuels are fossil fuels more better than than the electric vehicle route?
I would say right now, the electric vehicle route is a healthy transition onto the right path that we need to be on. When it comes to becoming completely energy efficient, nuclear power is the way to go.
Right.
Right now, nuclear fission can outpump way more energy output than fossil fuels, wind power, easily wind power, anything hydraulic. And at this point, by far even more efficient than electricity. The only issue is that nuclear power is relegated solely towards nuclear fission and nuclear fission plants. And the only way you can operate those is if you're constantly cooling those because you're essentially splitting atoms. Through the process of nuclear fusion, which we are slowly becoming more capable of doing as time goes on, we are combining two very small atoms to create.
All right.
10
We're getting into the
times
weeds on
power.
this, guys. We're going to lose our
Well,
viewers.
thank-
We don't need a
thank-
nuclear
thank-
lesson. We
All
got to
right,
bring it
all right.
back.
Chemical
Got to bring it
lesson,
back.
yes.
So,
Anyways, here.
So I mean to cut that short, but now we're talking about splitting atoms, and I want to see who's going to be president. So, all right, I do want to change gears a little bit. Let's see. I'm going to just mute the couch mics for a minute. So my brother Matthew sent me something, and Ray, this is gonna probably rub you the wrong way, but I'm gonna read it anyway. So this is a post by Bill Ackman on X on Twitter, CEO of Pershing Square, co-trustee of Pershing Square Foundation. I'm sharing this with our viewers at home. You might not be able to read it. I'm going to kind of zoom it in. It's a very, very short essay, but indulge me for a minute because this is an argument I've been having with Mr. Raimundi over there for the past month to 3 months. Okay? So this is what Bill Ackman writes on Twitter tonight. I'm thanking my brother Matt for sharing this. He says, if the election outcome is as I expected, it should cause the large minority of the country who supported Kamala and predicted her victory to begin to question their sources of truth. Absolutely. Make sure, is your mic? Oh, I have you muted. Sorry. Let me turn you back on. Because I'm getting low. I'm going to turn you down because I'm getting the echo. Half of the country believe that X, or Twitter, is filled with mis- and disinformation, and that they could only therefore rely on the New York Times, MSNBC, CNN, and other mainstream media for their news. And they did. And Ray, I'm wagging my finger at you because we've argued about this. If, however, you've been active on X for the last year, you've known the truth days, weeks, and often months before the facts appear in the mainstream media. The mainstream media excerpted, clipped, and cut to defame Donald Trump while claiming Joe Biden was fit as a fiddle. Then, when Biden's polls collapsed, Harris was anointed the candidate, and her hagiography, I don't know that word, Hagiography, was written with glowing acclaim from the press. But this could not hold as she ducked the media and held fast to the teleprompter. Citizen journalists with their phone cameras in hand captured the real Kamala, forcing her to defend her record and her plans in more media appearances. It did not go well, and the public demanded to learn more, so Kamala Harris had to risk more unscripted media. The doom loop was underway, with perhaps 60 Minutes as one of the more dramatic examples. Even after CBS tried to save her, most glaringly by excerpting one answer to replace a word salad response to another. But the citizen journalists on X quickly caught and outed this fraud and demanded a transcript. As many who supported Kamala began to realize they have been misled, they became open to Trump as an alternative. But they didn't want to rely on the media to understand him because they did not want to be misled again. They wanted to hear the candidates in his own words, and that's where Lex Friedman and Joe Rogan long-form podcasts came to the rescue. When Kamala was offered the same opportunities to explain herself, she rejected them. Or as Ray will argue, didn't agree to Joe's terms. She didn't reject it, just didn't agree to his terms. So pick your language. And the voting public could only draw a negative inference. When the story of this election is written, I expect it will be as much about how half of America woke up to the reality that they have been manipulated by the media. This should lead to an abandonment by many of the mainstream media as their primary source of information. It will push more people to X, to podcasts, and other empirical sources, and it will lead to a more informed public. The other outcome I hope happens is the implosion of the Democratic Party. The party lied to the American people about the cognitive health and fitness of the president. It prevented, threatened, litigated, and otherwise eliminated the ability of other candidates for the primary to compete, to get onto ballots, and even to participate in a debate. The party and the administration used lawfare in an attempt to imprison, bankrupt, or otherwise kill off Trump as a candidate. These acts are collectively grave threats to our democracy. With the highest irony in order to hide these acts, the party accused the opposition candidate of being the grave threat to democracy. The Democratic Party proved itself to be fundamentally undemocratic. It needs a complete reboot. The leadership should be thrown out, and those responsible should apologize to the American people. Honest Abe said it best. You can fool some of the people all of the time, and all of the people some of the time. But you cannot fool all of the people all of the time. And that's Bill Ackman on Twitter.
Yeah. So, well, is my mic back?
Yeah,
on?
you're on.
All right. Yeah. So, first off, I would say thank you, Bill Ackerman, for your response. Let's remind people who Bill Ackerman is. He's a billionaire who has been Republican, in particular Trump supportive. He's worth.
But Ray, let's pause 1 second.
Wait, excuse me.
No.
I let you
You
say what you say.
this.
I'm giving a response to it. Yeah, and I have certain reason to give. In that statement in itself, he talks about how he is a Republican sympathizer, and he tries to make it seem like that's the play for the whole Democratic Party, and that's what America feels, and it's totally false. And
What
one
did
way
he say in
I
there
would
that's false?
eject him. I'll tell you. It's hypocrisy at its best.
And what I mean about hypocrisy is all of the things that he mentions about the Democratic Party and what they say in terms of how it needs to be overturned and how we're using the biased media, mainstream media, to recognize and open to things that may have not been uncovered is totally false. In particular, he's citing X as a way of where there's uncovered truth. Mind you, most of the posts and part of the debate that you and I have had back and forth is that many of the posts that are posted in social media, and particularly X, are clipped in a way to satisfy the argument of one party over the next. In particular, the fact that X is controlled by Elon Musk, who, by the way, is one of Trump's biggest supporters and a fellow billionaire.
And what was X doing when it was owned by?
That's the hair all or the Pulitzer Prize of uncovering information when it comes to the Democratic Party on a social media platform that directly controls Trump is
And Ray, what was Twitter doing before Elon bought it? They were colluding with the FBI to pull posts down and censor posts during the 2020 election.
All the more reason why that a billionaire who supports Trump can't have a say in terms of or have any truthfulness to show that how X is the way to uncover the truth about media when they have a biased opinion in itself.
Somebody had to do it.
It's so hypocritical.
We're lucky that we have them.
I'll give another point that was said in that statement. All this talk about the fact that Kamala Harris is only able to talk using a prompter. Hello, anybody who's been able to see even Trump's last rallies.
Let's stick to the Twitter. Let's stick to Twitter. And the mainstream media failures.
We're sticking to Twitter, and I'm refuting every point that he made in that post that you so proudly read, like it was the Bible about what America feels, which is totally untrue. And you asked me specifically what in that post was untruthful, and that's another point that's untruthful. Both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump have been reliant upon using teleprompters in all of their rallies. This whole thing that Kamala Harris can't be able to
let's
have
take
a
Ackman's post point by
conversation
point, shall we? Let's take it point by point. Let's go back to Ackman's post.
I'm going point by point with
No, you're not.
I'm refuting.
You're attacking Ackman, not the points that he made.
I just did. I attacked Ackerman. I attacked his claims about the fact of believing mainstream media and that Twitter is the all-end believer in terms of uncovering the truth about America policy and the democratic process. And I've also went point by point to refute what he was saying about Kamala Harris and her gripping to using a teleprompter when Trump does that in all of his rallies, amongst the other things.
Ray, did the mainstream media lie about Joe Biden's mental fitness?
Okay.
Is that a yes or no? It's a yes or no.
Well, I'll pose this question to you. Did Twitter and Republican surrogates or MAGA surrogates of Twitter post misinformation about the Biden campaign, about Harris's participation in doing media interviews? Did Twitter, right, yes or no, post misinformation about the fact that Kamala Harris didn't do a number of interviews and turned down interviews when the Trump administration deliberately did so? So
give me an example.
We talked about this example, and I'll give it to you, our viewers, as well. It goes beyond 60 Minutes. It goes beyond the fact that there was a second debate that the Trump administration refused to
debated
abide
Kamala.
by.
He debated Kamala.
Yeah, he did it once.
What's
and
the
there was an
obligation to
opportunity
do a
for him to
second
do it
debate?
again, and he denied
Why?
it.
But why? What's the obligation to do two?
I'm asking you, why? Why? What would not be the
Why
obligation
can you not go
of
point
him
by
be
point
able
through Bill
to
Ackman's
address?
post?
But I'm asking you. I just did. You don't
No,
want
you
to
didn't.
listen to it. You don't want to hear it. I did, and
All
I
right.
think the public
Did the
would be able to
mainstream
agree with me.
media lie about Joe Biden's?
And I
Did
pose
Joe
my question
Scarborough
back
go
to
on
you.
in the morning and
I
say,
pose my
"He's a
question back to you.
spirit
Did people like Laura,
can't
Laura
you
Looney
answer?
lie? Why can't he answer my question? Why can't
Did
you
you ask-
answer the
because
question?
There is
asked
no
you a
there is
question,
no
you
answer.
answer
He has no
question
answer because
first.
they lied.
So I
The
do have an
mainstream
answer.
media
I
lied.
refuted every point that Bill Ackerman made,
That's
and
number
you don't
one.
have an answer to
Number
it.
one, they
You go
lied
back
about
to the other
Joe's
questions.
fitness.
One
Okay?
question goes for the other
Now,
question.
But tell me how the
60
mainstream
Minutes.
media
Did
lied.
60 Minutes change Kamala's answer between Face the Nation Sunday morning and the air of the show Monday night? Yes or no?
CBS says no. That still hasn't been litigated in court. President Trump just filed a lawsuit about that. That's for the courts to decide. That was never
You
decided
can watch
by
both
a jury.
recordings on DVR.
And I watched both recordings.
And
on
it was
TV.
two different
That's part of the
answers.
debate we had before.
That's like looking outside and
that's
saying the
all
sky's
about-
purple.
No. That's
there
what
were
you
two
saw
different
on X that was cut from raw stuff that wasn't credibly
There
sourced, and which CBS denies about it, and that will be handled in court.
Ray, I
But
don't understand.
People
You
keep
could literally
spreading
watch Face the
information
Nation.
like that. It is that. So do I. I tape it too, and I watch
60
exactly
Minutes.
what you watch.
And the
It's
same
same
question
thing
had
that people
two
say
different
that,
answers.
Oh my gosh, Trump doesn't attack people. Trump doesn't attack the opposite party. But oh my
But
gosh,
you keep deflecting
President
from the
Biden
question.
does. I'm not deflecting. I'm giving the example tat for tat, which you can't give an
No.
explanation part
I'm
to
talking
respond
about
or
one
defend
specific
those
case right now.
actions that
You
are
have no
there for
response.
now. I do have a response. I gave you a response. You have no response to my question, and that's the problem. That's part of the misinformation that keeps being
Because
spread.
when liberals don't have
and
an
that
answer,
the
they
focus
always play,
becomes
what about?
on-
What
the
about?
focus
What
becomes
about?
on
What about?
what
I need to
not-
go make sure my
what
door's
did
closed
I
so I don't
not
wake my
do
landlord.
wrong? What did the Trump administration do wrong? Kamala Harris did this wrong. But Donald Trump didn't do this wrong. It's like it's the same way which is ignored upon the fact of his criminal convictions. That's also ignored. There's no explanation or response.
but,
to.
Ray,
It's
you-
never
you-
given an answer.
We could give you an explanation.
No,
to that
you still
or-
haven't. I'm
or a
still waiting
response
for
to
it.
that.
What is it then?
We told you that it was biased.
It's not biased.
We
So
feel-
you're
we
biased
feel-
jury.
we
You're
feel it's
talking
biased.
about a
But at
jury,
least- but we're-
a jury
but
that
we're-
was
we're-
chosen by the
we're-
peers, that was chosen
responding.
by his lawyers, made a decision, and you're saying that that's still biased.
But we're
Okay.
responding. We're responding. Now
All right.
answer the question.
All right.
Did the media lie about?
I just
Biden's-
gave a response and answer. You don't want to hear the answer.
No, a response is not, but what about this?
CBS didn't say. See, I'm
it's
talking
either
about
yes-
CBS. I answered your question
either
about
yes or
CBS.
no.
Who made the decision that CBS lied about it? From
Ray,
looking at the
all you
video.
have to do is watch the two
I
shows
watched
side by
it.
side.
I watched
and you
it.
didn't see a
You're
different
getting
answer?
your source from information from X, and
So,
click
Ray, I
post
just wanna
on
get one
X.
thing clear.
I looked at the raw video.
Answer me one
myself.
question, Ray. You watched Face the Nation, yes?
Of course I watched Face
You
the
watched
Nation.
60 Minutes, yes?
Of course I watched
You
60
saw the same
Minutes.
question in both shows, yes?
I saw the same questions in both shows, yes. I
Were
did.
the
There was
answers
no
the
cut
same?
of the raw. You know, it's so funny. We talk about AI and all the other stuff.
You can't answer the
that
question.
helps to generate. I am answering the question.
The question was,
I am
were the
answering question.
answers
You
to
don't
the
want to hear
same
the answer to
question
the
the same?
question. That's what it comes down to. I don't think you want to hear the answer to the
Ivan, back me
I'm
up
gonna
here.
let- I'm gonna.
They're not-
He
they're
can't
not
because he doesn't have the
answering.
facts. He doesn't have the facts to back
No,
it
I
up
don't.
either.
But my question is, how are you so confident in posing the question that the media lied about Joe Biden's health or was complicit in
Okay.
lying about his health?
Because you had
no
people
longer the
like Joe
candidate.
Scarborough and others, but Joe Scarborough specifically, going on TV saying Biden is the best he's ever been. He is fit as a fiddle. He's the best version of Joe Biden I've ever seen.
I've seen.
Got it.
And then
got it.
with a week or two later,
Right.
the party makes him withdraw.
Bow out. Yeah.
Mind you, by the way, he
After
had
a dismal
medical
debate.
reports. He had
That's-
medical
that's
reports.
what I'm getting to.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting to. The media is not allowed to make a medical assessment. The media goes to the White House doctor and asks for the report based on the president's health.
Okay, I have a
And
question
when
for you,
that is
Desmond.
So wait.
I have a question for
When that
Desmond.
is and when that is released, they report what they've been told. Right? The media is not
From the
allowed.
primary source.
So
Right,
why are
they're
you not
allowed
angry?
to look
Why are
at,
you?
at the president and say he's not well? Now, when
And
he-
that was never said in the public forum either.
So why are you
that
not-
The reason why he bowed out was because of the fact that he had cognitive disability.
So
that
why-
was something that pundits
So then
said,
why are you
particularly
not angry?
pundits,
So then
pundits
why are
from
you
Fox
not- why are you
News and
not-
others who were projecting
Why are
that
you not-
narrative, and it wasn't
So if that's the
defined by a
case-
primary.
If that's
source
the
for that.
case, so you're
That's what you guys are projecting.
right? Okay. So if that's the case, then why are you not angry that he's not up there and Kamala is?
Because he decided to bow out.
Oh,
That's
for what?
You think he decided that?
decided
You
to
think
buy
Joe
out?
voluntarily backed out?
Well,
3 months, with 3 months to go on a vote. Oh,
Yeah.
yo,
Yeah,
this is,
you know
get
what I
out-
call
get
it?
outta here.
I call bullshit. Well, no, it's patriotism, and you know what? It's quite
It's
frankly-
called
quite
Pelosi
frankly-
walked in the office and
it's
said, if you
quite
don't back out,
frankly
we're going
one
to
of the
25th Amendment. you."
smartest- It was one of the smartest things ever that was done by the Democratic Party, because after all that was done, after that,
So I have a question for
wonderful
Desmond.
convention that was put on, even after the shooting,
I have a question for
everyone
Desmond.
talked about his humility of
You really
stepping
think he
down,
voluntarily
and it was
stepped
a
down?
Republican. It was a
Oh, my
Republican
God.
narrative and a MAGA
Brainwashing
narrative
is
that put
real.
in face of Same that. there's
Maybe I
Trump
should pull a
brainwashing
CBS and
as
mute
well.
your mics.
It should it's brainwashing as well. Yeah, if you do that, it will emphasize the point.
You'll feel right
of
at
the
home.
fact that believing social media and X that's ran by Elon Musk, who is one of Trump's biggest
All right.
supporters,
So, I have a
is
question for
supposed to be
Desmond.
a primary
I have a
source
question
to
for
uncover
Desmond.
the truth about democracy in our
Give the mic to
elections.
Desmond. I have a question for Desmond. Desmond, you just said a moment ago, I want to make sure I'm characterizing your comment correctly.
Right.
You said that it is the responsibility of the White House doctors to issue a report on Biden's health and fitness, not the media, right?
Right.
Okay. So is it your position that the night of the presidential debate that was Trump versus Biden, that you needed a medical doctor to tell you that something wasn't right with Joe Biden?
No. What I'm saying is, at the debate, a political pundit who understands in that arena how well a person performed on that particular stage does not need a medical doctor to say that you were outperformed in that arena. And what everyone was saying was that tonight, Joe Biden did not look his best politically. As a 50-year veteran, he got bested at every turn. That did not mean that there was evidence of a cognitive delay or diminishment.
And I would add one thing first, too, before you do your follow-up. Let's not forget all the mishaps that President Trump did on major stages that questioned his cognitive ability.
That's right.
Given the fact that he's 78 years old and he made plenty of mishaps in leading into that time as
That's
well
right.
before that debate happened. That all of a
You need the
sudden,
mic. You need the mic.
all of a sudden, Republicans have their eyes closed shut to that was put in the media and reported as well, and yet we're not having a conversation. Hello, I'm trying to hear about what cognitive decline that President Trump had, given the fact he is 78 years old.
So what's your response to George Clooney going to a fundraiser and later making a statement that that was not the Joe Biden I know? So George Clooney wasn't qualified to say Joe Biden's out of it?
Well, he's not a medical doctor.
He's not a medical doctor, and for
He
him
plays
to
one on TV.
say, at that particular moment, Joe Biden, who was normally quick to the draw, sharp, on his game, acerbic wit, that night didn't have his A game, does not necessarily mean that he's suffering from some type of cognitive.
So let me just get you on the record about one more thing, Ray and Desmond. Is it your belief that nobody from Democratic leadership, whether it was Schumer, Pelosi, Obama, or whomever, went into that White House and said, Joe, you're done.
Gotta go.
You don't believe, it's your belief that nobody from Democratic leadership walked in there and told him, you're done. He voluntarily walked away out of the goodness and kindness of his heart after just earlier that day or day before saying, I'm in it for the long run on Twitter.
If he did or didn't, that was his choice to make.
But you didn't answer my
mean to
question.
tell me there isn't established Republicans who told Donald Trump, oh my gosh, you cannot run, you should not run, and he went and bulldozed his way to becoming the Republican. And good for him, he was able to do it. Many may say he doesn't have the humility necessary to put country before self, as much as he wants to project that in saying that he's going to make America great again. Just because he doesn't have that humility that Joe Biden has doesn't mean that there's anything to diminish about the fact.
Again,
how could you not say so? The fact that he walked away from doing a second
did
term,
walk
that
away.
doesn't
He
show
was pushed back by
humility.
Anyone.
Let me put you on the record here. Let me put you on the record here. You're saying Joe Biden stepping down, whether your alleged claims of his cognitivity or the fact that even if the Democratic leadership told him that he's not going to have the viable chance to win, and he did go and step down from the most powerful position, is not any sense of humility? Is that what you're saying on the record?
Anyone.
Yes. Yes or no?
I'm going to do what you did.
Yes or no?
Anyone can see when somebody is mentally ill or physically or cognitively unfit. And
which many people
saw
say
that.
President Trump is.
And we saw
many
that.
Many people
and
say
we
that with
saw
President
that.
Trump.
That's right. Oh,
and his actions speak of that.
Oh my!
I think even more severe than President Biden, if you ask. Dave, your commentary.
I'm getting a bunch of messages coming in because it's hot and heavy and people are watching on the internet. But I'd love to go to the next point in Bill Ackman's post, but I know we're not going to get anywhere with you guys. So I'm not even going to try because you can't get anywhere with liberals.
No, I don't think you can get anywhere with
you
MAGA Republicans who base their argument on billionaires who support Donald Trump and give billions of dollars.
It doesn't matter who said it.
That as a primary source to try to exactly.
No,
give me a break.
We're just tallying. We're just tallying falls.
Yeah,
every time. How many times did Biden fall? How many times did he fall
fell
on the ground?
Fell off a bike, fell going upstairs.
I mean, it just
Joe
kept
fell down the stairs of Air Force One.
So did Ronald Reagan.
So did Ronald Reagan, right?
Yeah, that's what happens. Donald Trump's about 2 years away from doing that as well.
Okay.
He's 80 years old.
I mean, how many mishaps have presidents had, right? George Bush threw up in the lap of the Japanese prime minister at a state dinner. Like, presidents have mishaps.
It's called being human.
Right. It's about knowing that we're well be able to respond to some of the
crazy rhetoric that comes about. No, you don't either. You don't either. You don't either. You don't either. You stay upon talking points of people that are Trump surrogates and try to use that as a primary source of information to sway an opinion. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that.
Here's what I don't understand about liberals in an argument. Liberals in an argument will not debate the facts.
Yes.
Oh, neither should MAGAs. Neither should MAGAs.
I can't finish a sentence.
Yeah.
Okay?
Well, I mean, you
Because
can't make
you won't
declarative statements
debate
like
the
that
merits-
without looking in the mirror and within. That's the problem.
Right. The point you led with was the media complicit in covering up obvious cognitive delays, according to your words, not mine, of Joe Biden? And the response was the media is not equipped to make a medical assessment of a sitting president based on the performance of a debate.
But the media is.
We call that a primary source.
It violates the HIPAA
Journalism
laws.
101.
It violates the HIPAA laws. Oh my gosh.
Flag on the play. So if the media is not qualified to provide medical analysis of someone's cognitive condition,
especially pundits like the Hannitys and the Janine
Ray, you got to let me finish. Ray, as your lady says, I'm speaking here.
Yes.
How is it that you allowed the media to tell us we needed to take a vaccine? the media. If you're saying the media cannot do a medical diagnosis of someone's cognitive disability, how can you trust the media to tell you, go get the jab, it's safe?
It wasn't the media who said that. It was the White House doctor who said it and used the media as a conduit to be able to explain the.
So you didn't have Stephen Colbert with dancing needles behind him on the Late Show with Stephen Colbert. You didn't have.
Are we citing Stephen Colbert now as a member of the journalism media? This is where we're going to now.
You didn't have anchors saying
Colbert as
if you don't get the jab, you're going to get
to like CBS News.
Right, and then you also had Cuomo saying that you need to get the vaccination. You also had, heads of state. You also had national leaders saying get the vaccine. It wasn't just the media that was propagating or promulgating what was already being recommended by medical professionals. They were purveying the news. That's their role.
But what happened to the medical
ideas
professionals
for
that said
alternative
otherwise?
therapies, whether it's ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine or whatever came up, and there were legitimate medical professionals, researchers who said, we need to look into these alternatives. The media wouldn't give them the time of day.
Actually, I would tend to. Oh, go ahead, Ivan.
No, I was just gonna say exactly what Dave was saying. The media said the media basically deemed these people, these doctors, kooks.
Conspiracy
theories. Conspiracy theories.
My response
and they were medical doctors.
My response was, well, first of all, I went on the air live as a member of the media during that time to talk about hydroxychloroquine and in particular how it was being used by those of the elite in the world, including President Trump, who had the vaccine when he got COVID at Walter Reed Medical Center, but at the same time went on the press conference during the coronavirus updates that were given daily and said that we shouldn't take a vaccine. So saying that the media didn't cover or had no play into talking about those other preventative means and drugs, I think is false to say.
Very true. Very true.
But of course, this is an issue of great controversy. It talks about the direction of differences in with this president.
I want to bring in a lot of comments. My inbox has been flowing now that we've got this hot contested stuff going on. So Ange, our good friend Ange, a couple comments on Facebook. First, she said, and we're talking about the beginning of the Ackman conversation. She said, I have to. She said, love you, Ray, but respectfully, you're wrong here. She went on to say, I have to agree with Desmond and Ray on the cognitive part and media disinformation part. However, any human without a cognitive delay should have been able to make that determination on their own about Biden. And then she agreed with Ivan about something. I don't know what she was referring to there. And then she thanked my brother Matt for forwarding me the Ackman article to spark this spirited debate. She also sent me a couple direct messages. And Ange, I'll assume that you're okay with me sharing these direct messages since you shared them with me. If you're not, then please say no, don't. But she says she was making some comments about fracking. She said, how is that any different? You were talking about multi-billionaire people supporting Trump, right? She says, how is that any different from, say, Oprah, Beyonce, Taylor, and the other celebrities that say, believe me, I'm a celebrity.
Yeah, I don't think the believe me I'm a celebrity is. Oh, sorry. I don't. Thank you so much, by the way, Ange. I don't think celebrities like Oprah have done anything different in terms of saying, oh, I'm a celebrity, you should take what I say to bond. I think the celebrities that have come to endorse whatever candidates necessary on both sides have used what their personal experience is to try to project as to why the country should go in a particular direction. Do I remember hearing Oprah or J-Lo or Beyonce say, oh, you must believe me because I'm a celebrity and I make a whole bunch of money? Now, can we say that on the other end with some of the celebrities or billionaires who've supported Trump? I think the question's still out on that one, in my opinion.
I think if you didn't watch Trump Fetterman, or Elon on the Joe Rogan podcast, you did yourself a grave disservice.
It's so funny how you know and I know you and I have talked about this, Dave, about the Joe Rogan podcast, but this is the third time I've heard you cite Fetterman in this podcast, someone who as a conservative that
he's a Pennsylvanian. He calls it as he sees it.
Yeah, well, he certainly does in many ways, but I thought you were not in support of him, in particular when it comes to his.
Listen, Ray,
against
I'm
Dr.
not a
Menendez.
Fetterman fan.
You sound like one.
I
You
wanted
keep citing,
I
watching
wanted
him on
Dr.
Joe
Oz to win
Rogan.
that seat. I've interviewed Dr. Oz personally.
Yeah, so have I.
Okay.
So have I.
Don't put the mic on the table. You got to keep it up, or we can't hear you, Desmond.
Yes.
So
have I.
I wanted Oz to win that seat, but for all of his faults and for all the disagreements I have with Fetterman, he calls balls and strikes. He does. And he doesn't toe the Democrat Party line. And I appreciate him for that.
He sure does in this election if you watched his interview on CNN.
And Donnie, my brother Donnie's screaming at me, and I did see this. Georgia has been called for Donald Trump.
By who? By Fox?
By CNN.
By CNN?
Yep, CNN called Georgia. AP has not called Georgia yet.
Right, his numbers
Fox is
hasn't
still
moved
saying
up.
too early for Georgia, but CNN has called Georgia.
They said too early to call.
I'm bookmarking this.
So what does that put Trump at?
That number is decreasing.
Well, how many does
the number
Georgia
finally
have?
went up in Arizona?
Trump is at 246 to Harris's 182, according to CNN.
That number was at 49.
You know what I'm curious about that I haven't looked at? New Jersey.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that.
It's been called for Kamala. 5%.
Really?
Yeah, 5% difference. 90% in.
Yeah, that's done.
So let's check the numbers again, guys. We had a spirited debate.
The question about New Jersey, too, is who's going to become the new governor, right?
Yes, that was.
I have the governor stuff here. Give me a minute. So let's just go over the battlegrounds. Pennsylvania with 86%. 86. I got to take these off when I'm talking. I get my own echo.
Sorry.
No. I'm going to mute you guys' mic when I'm talking. And it's not even your fault. It's just the system. So when we're talking about Pennsylvania with 86% of the vote counted, 50.9 to 48.1. So that is a 2.8% margin with 86% of the vote. And it's represented by about 200,000 votes, 175, about 175,000 vote margin in Pennsylvania. I think Pennsylvania goes Trump. Michigan with 56% of the vote in, so that's gone up since we last checked. 52.3 to 45.9. He's got 7 points over in Michigan. Michigan is going to go Trump. Wisconsin. Just let me go through the numbers. This is just AP. Okay, great. I'm going to go through the numbers. You're out. Okay. Wisconsin with 82% in, 51.2 for Trump, 47.3, 4% difference in Wisconsin. Arizona, still, they've only went up 1% in the reporting. 50% Donald Trump, 49.2. But that represents a gain for Trump because at last check, what's the matter? Are we good?
No, I was just mentioning
the time. But with that 1% coming out of Arizona, it is a separation breaking for Trump because it was 49.9 to 49.7 or something like that. So now it's 50 to 49.2. So it's a slight break in Trump's direction.
I have a question for Desmond.
Oh, let me turn your mics up. Sorry. Go ahead.
I have a question for Desmond, right? Maybe go away from the whole debate thing. Right? Desmond happens to be he's a history buff, right? He's very well versed in US history. If Trump should win,
yes,
historically,
yes,
what does that say about Trump?
That's a whole political question.
That is that's a big critical question. Well,
right? Because I mean, one can argue that he's a fascist, that he's a threat to democracy.
Yeah.
He's a Hitler, and if he wins again,
right?
What does that say historically about this president who ran a third time and won? And I know you know where I'm going with this.
I would say.
What does it say for the history books 20 years from now?
Right.
Right? That's my question. That's where I'm getting at. 20 years from now, what does it say?
20 years from now, they will say this is historic in many rights. One, because it has only been done one other time in history. The only other president to be elected president, to be unseated, and to be reelected was Grover Cleveland. He was the 20th and he was the 20th and 22nd president. And so that happened in the early 19th century, talking about like 1820 and 1820 something, 26. So we're talking about almost 200 years since it's happened in American history. Aside from that, it would say that Trump, like it or not, is a remarkable figure and has been able to, and I think I said this in 2000 and, was it 20? No, he got unseated in 20, right?
Yeah, he got unseated
so
in 20.
In 16, I said it. The Japanese admiral who was responsible for the attack on Pearl Harbor was in a war room, and he was being congratulated by his contemporaries for the success of attacking America. And instead of being jubilant, he said, I fear that I have awoken the sleeping giant. I think what Trump has been able to do is ignite a base that for a long time has been the sleeping giant in America. An entire, millions of people who ascribed to a time when they felt America was great and longed for a time when they felt it can go back to that period. And he was able to strike a chord with this swan song of Make America Great Again, with, his talks of making the federal government smaller and giving, more rights back to the states, to kind of acquiescing to the NIMBY movement of not in my backyard, that you guys can decide, who your children go to school with and what government allows in your neighborhoods. And he struck a chord, and we're seeing the remnants, we're seeing the response and the reality of that base being ignited. And that's where we are.
Yeah, I saw that the
there's
co-chair,
a statement coming from the
co-chair of the Harris Walz campaign. Yeah, it was quick.
What did he say?
I didn't get to see. Yeah, I saw it come up, Dave.
Oh, my brother says it's a nothing burger. So
Okay.
all right.
Okay.
Really quick, Republicans gained another seat in the Senate. It's now 51.
Yep.
So it's not 50, which would have been breakable by the Vice President.
Yep, that was
Also, I'm reading expert analysis on CNN's website. So CNN, we can all agree on CNN?
No, they're biased.
They're biased too. No.
Manu Raju, big news in the battle for the Senate. Oh, yeah. We already knew that. Harry Enton, CNN. At this point of the night, it is the same story in state after state. Trump is hitting or exceeding his benchmarks in counties where 95% plus of the vote is in.
Harris will not be speaking at headquarters tonight. It was just announced.
All right, I'm going to go to X for some headlines. Elon Musk tweets 2 hours ago. Game, set, and match.
Barack Obama, 8 hours ago. Well, that's 8 hours ago. Let's see what the recent stuff is.
Is that a pic with Trump at Mar-a-Lago? Who's he talking to
Trump
there?
at Mar-a-Lago talking to Elon and a big bald guy who I don't know.
Okay, gotcha.
That looks like Dana White.
Sure. That might be might be him.
That may be Dana.
Did you see in Michigan that in Kent County, Bobby Kennedy got 0.5% of the vote, 1581?
I
forgot he was still on the ballot.
They couldn't take him off.
Yeah,
right?
Michigan.
They
yeah.
couldn't take him off.
Yeah.
So if Trump still beats Kamala in Michigan, even though 8,000 votes, let me turn my mic on. If Trump wins Michigan, even though 8,000 votes went to RFK, what does that say? It says he really won Michigan by an even larger margin, or Kamala lost it by an even larger margin. So here's something on Twitter. Apparently, Joy Reid called Florida an extreme right-wing fascist state. We love Joy Reid.
It was Dana White, by the way.
Okay, cool.
You know you're billionaires, don't you?
So here's an interesting message from a guy named Michael Lang. He says Kamala Harris, with over 95% of precincts reporting, is polling at 67.8% of the vote in New York City. This guy claims that if that holds, it will be the worst performance for a Democratic presidential candidate in the 5 boroughs since 1988.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Oh my gosh!
That's
keep
what I
quoting
wanted
all
to
these
hear.
People, Michael Lang. I mean, you know. Geez.
I wanted to
How
know.
about you get some Democratic?
I wanted to know.
Find me some sourcing, Ray.
Yeah. You're looking at your Twitter feed, which is full of MAGA.
You're darn right I am. Richie Torres is back.
Richie Torres.
Yeah,
Richie
his
Torres
seat was up.
Oh.
Yeah, his seat was up.
He went through something. Didn't he go through something controversial?
So you don't think Biden's decision was patriotic, huh?
So here's a clip. I have to go back and watch it.
He asked you a question, Dave.
Go ahead.
Did you hear the question?
I did not.
You don't think Biden's decision not to run for re-election was patriotic?
No.
There's a fallacy in your question.
Selfless.
No. The fallacy in your question is I don't think it was his decision.
Right.
Oh shit! They just called Georgia.
Fox did. Fox calls Georgia
just called
94% in, 48 to 50.
They just called Georgia for Trump.
According to Fox.
Oh God, I gotta watch this later. I'm gonna bookmark this. Apparently, Jake Tapper and John King stood confused. Said this is someone on Twitter, so they're opining.
Yeah,
Says,
Colin,
Jake Tapper
the
and John
person
King
you often cite.
stand like confused fools after they're told that only 100,000 votes remain in Georgia, with Trump leading by 120,000.
Let me start reading my Twitter feed over here. Let's see, so we can have some balance and being even, as a true media journalists are supposed to do. Wouldn't you agree there?
Ray, do some research and see if there are riots breaking out in Seattle.
Okay, let me look.
Oh God, there's some comedy here.
I guess they didn't pass out enough water bottles in Georgia.
There's video of supporters gathering outside Trump Tower chanting USA.
With Kamala labels.
Hawaii Hispanics.
It's all about the ground.
Here's Max.
Even Brian Krasenstein is relenting. Elon Musk won this for Trump. That's the tweet. The Krasenstein brothers have been so difficult to watch over the past couple months. Jill Biden wore red to vote today. As the wife of a Democratic politician, there's no way she doesn't know how this looks. Biden and Jill are pissed.
I don't. Oh, I see this video here. Breaking: masked Antifa militants start confronting police officers in front of the old Chaz zone in Seattle. They're calling for violence against law enforcement and damaging property. I don't know why.
Ray, here's something you can research and see if it's true or not, since it's coming from Twitter. Twitter can't be believed. There's a headline that says...
That's great. Although you're ripping off your Twitter feed as...
Well, Tell me if
as
you can
bond.
find this to back this up. If it's false, I'll say it's false. But there's a headline saying that the Republican National Committee just forced Center County, Pennsylvania, home of Penn State, where I lived for 4 years, just forced Center County officials to keep counting ballots throughout the night after they planned to stop counting. And this guy injects some conjecture. He says they will not be able to pull off the late night mail-in ballot dumps they used in 2020 to cheat. But can you find a headline and see if Center County tried to stop counting and they were forced to continue? That would be interesting if true. Oh God. There's some bad comedy here.
No, he sure hasn't, hasn't he?
What happened?
He's forced to talk about answering questions, huh? He said, "Oh, he did. He said there's a fallacy. That was a fallacy as to he thought that he's forced out."
What was the fallacy?
If it had been Joe Biden's actual decision, sure,
How do you know
patriotic.
It was not his decision? How
It wasn't
could
his
you definitively say it was not his decision? As the most powerful person in the planet, on the planet.
Nope, because they.
How could you say that he was forced out?
Because they waived the 25th Amendment in his face. And they said, if you don't go, we're going to take you out tomorrow with the 25th. And you'll go down in disgrace. At least if you step out of the race, we'll let you finish your term with dignity. Okay?
That's what you believe happened.
What's that?
That's what you believe happened.
100%. When you're talking about days and hours before his announcement, he's saying, I'm in it for the long haul. I'm in it for the long haul.
Oh my gosh, President Trump has flip-flopped on one day he said he supports abortion, the next day he didn't. I mean, come on, he did that during his presidency too. I mean, that. How could you use that as cite that as
the most exciting rally, the likes you've ever seen? And then the next day he's saying, I don't know where that guy came from. I've never seen him before. I've never heard his comedy. I don't know what you're talking about.
What is this? What is this? What is the stop count? What is the stop counting thing going on? Why is it that you stop counting?
I can't see.
In
I don't see.
Pennsylvania,
I don't see.
A county apparently was already called for Trump. And they said, all right, we're going to stop counting. And they're saying that federal election officials told them to continue counting through the night, although it was called in Center County in Pennsylvania.
So that's true.
No, that's the claim. Ivan was asking.
Seems like we like federal officials to step in when it comes to our voting, don't we?
Listen.
But you guys don't want the federal government to step in on anything else.
Small government. Small government.
We don't want the overnight ballot dumps.
The overnight ballot dump.
You're gonna find.
Are we election denying here?
What do you know?
Are we
There's
putting
a
an
mail truck right there.
Let's be careful because Dominion may be listening.
My brother says that Tabra's about to cry. I wish I could play CNN on the feed.
Oh my gosh, yeah, dude. MAGA.
Oh wait, here I
MAGA.
it's playing on the feed. Van Jones is next to Tears. You guys want to turn him on?
Oh, CNN. Where's the remote?
Here's my.
I don't see any news within the last hours from.
So then maybe it's not true.
Ray.
Yes.
Can you put your tears in here for me?
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
Guys, I'm almost feeling like wrapping up the feed.
Yeah, the feed. Yeah, that's fine.
So we can watch.
Yeah. We'll watch. Yeah, I agree.
No, but we could. I mean.
Yes. Then we could go back live.
There are people still. There are people still watching, so maybe we could just do like a.
Are they?
We can do.
Oh wow. To the six of you guys.
We could do
you
a
so
whatchamacallit, like
Thank you so much for staying with us all the way through to what time is it now?
1 a.m.
12:55. So we're almost at 1 a.m. and you guys have been with us from the start. So we definitely appreciate you joining us for.
We could just do like a raw whatchamacallit, Dave.
Tough talk.
A raw tough talk that is just like
But
that's.
listen, you have to realize too. He's doing a lot there. He wants.
That's what I'm saying. So relax, right? But we could just leave the mics on, is what I'm trying to say, right? So we're not so much going back and forth, and he's working.
I kind of want to
feel like
just
a
watch CNN cry.
yeah. Huh? You cry
I
in
I
tears
figured out how to
or
get
joy?
CNN to stream through like.
That's what I'm saying.
access
Leave
to
it
the
on there, and
different
then we just leave the mics hot. That's all.
You got it. You got it to work.
You heard
Oh,
me?
so if you want to do that,
Just
Dave,
leave.
you want to just let CNN run through?
Yeah, and then leave the mics hot,
Uh,
and you don't have to do anything.
Let me think. Give me 4 minutes. Let's run it to 1 a.m. Unless our
Tapper
viewers
doesn't
want to
look
chime
like
in,
he's
you guys can
crying.
hit me on DMs on Facebook and tell me, do you want us to call it a night? Or would you stick around for more?
Look, they have that counting camera there in Las Vegas.
Let,
Here.
let's add some presidential trivia to it. Who was the last sitting president?
Ange wants to know if we want to do a pandemic-style Zoom, where we just invite everybody to come on Zoom at once.
Oh wow, that's funny. And they gotta hold
That's-
up. They gotta
that's
hold
a
up
lot of
their
work for you,
pandemic
though.
I
cocktails.
mean,
But
it
see
wouldn't
if
be that
there's
much
any-
work. They all have to join the same meeting. I already have it set up. I know Donnie's watching. I know Ange is watching. I don't know who our other 4 viewers are.
Yeah, Matt Escudero is one of them as
Hey,
well,
Matt.
and he chimes in saying, "Red wave," and then he goes, "It wasn't Biden's decision. Stop. He was
There
in
you
it,
go.
and overnight he was out. Trump didn't say that. He said he will leave it to the states. By the way, you look like Reverend Run."
Oh shoot.
Oh, don't. I'll take it.
Thank
AP
you, Matt.
still hasn't updated anything. AP hasn't even
What
called
the hell's
Georgia.
going on? Everyone sleeping? Or is Fox jumping the gun again? Pulling the trigger. Yeah, they want to go home before 1 o'clock, David. That election night newsroom pizza is gone.
Although CNN has the blue wall map shaded red, except Minnesota.
Do you see their electoral map? They have 182 to 246 now.
Correct.
How was that? How was that? She was over.
She was
200.
over 200, and what happened?
They pulled something from her.
See, projection.
Yeah, they're
Can I
waiting
read you some
for,
stats from Dearborn, Michigan? Oh no, it came from Twitter. Can't be believed. Sorry.
Yeah, why don't you go on Dearborn, Michigan's web page, and their county electoral site to kind of cite from there.
Yeah, that's too much
Primary
work at 1 a.m.
source. You ever heard of that, there, David?
It's too much work at 1 a.m.
Yeah.
If it was earlier, I would.
He doesn't believe that it was patriotic for Biden.
I said
Matt,
if it was his decision.
Fox did call Georgia. They did call, right? Didn't they?
Yeah.
They called
What's-
Georgia
That's
for
how they
Trump.
got the
And just pointing out that CNN called Georgia 15 minutes before Fox did. That's interesting.
CNN usually calls earlier though. I mean.
And they just switched their numbers. Vice President Harris had 211. Now she's back down to 182. I don't get it.
Nevada's now shaded red. 69% of the vote in, and it's 50.7 to 47, a full 3% margin in Nevada. Those service workers don't want any tax on their tips.
All right, CNN has a projection. New Mexico, 5 electoral votes going.
I
to
wonder
Vice
where they
President
get their
Harris.
voters from. Nah.
I don't understand how those numbers switched like that.
I don't know where she lost 30 votes from. 30 electoral votes.
Fox News has her at 211, and I thought she was up at 211. I don't
Yeah,
know.
she had 11. Up to 11.
Hold on a second. I'm going to figure this out.
AP has 210, 246. There's a varying amount of numbers here.
Hold on. Let's compare the maps. I don't know, because the maps both look the same to me.
I wouldn't consider myself a loser as a as a Giants fan there, Matthew.
Oh, you know what? I don't think CNN has called Connecticut yet.
Oh, okay.
They still have Connecticut shaded light blue. They have New Jersey light blue.
Even Arizona.
So that's what it is. It's Connecticut and New Jersey that AP has called for Kamala and CNN has not.
So I just want to let you guys know on Kalshi, which is the official uh, betting app for the election, they have Donald Trump at 97% to Kamala Harris 3.
So here's a Twitter post from someone who I do trust. This is from Jackson Gosnell. Ray, do you know who that guy is? He's a real young guy from South Carolina. He got his start on TikTok doing like news reports.
Oh, wow.
Now he went to journalism college and everything. He's saying VP Harris will not speak tonight. Supporters told to go home.
Yes, yes. Someone alerted that us about that too. I think it was Matt.
She will not speak at Howard University tonight. Large crowds have begun to leave.
I think that's what.
Why would she do that to an HBCU?
Because
Trump funded HBCUs.
I think they.
You think what?
I think she's not going to know. There's not going to be results. She's not going to know the results.
She's going to let them down.
I can't wait to go back and watch all these clips that I didn't get to see live. CNN reported 2 hours ago that Kamala Harris's headquarters has fallen into complete silence, with crowds of supporters visibly tense and some seen pacing, while others are beginning to lose hope as updates come in.
What state? Oh, you said Connecticut.
In such a profound way. So as you look at where we are now, and you come back out into the latest vote count right there, Pennsylvania is paramount. That does not mean the other ones don't matter. Just winning Pennsylvania wouldn't be enough to get her there either. I'm just saying she can't win without Pennsylvania. Donald Trump can. Donald Trump can, but she cannot win without Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I think this is in the bag, guys. Even if he loses Pennsylvania, he's got Wisconsin. He's got Michigan, it looks like. He's looking real good in Nevada. Arizona's a toss-up. And Ange points out that it's deja vu to Hillary when she said she will not speak tonight. You'll hear from her tomorrow.
Oh, I knew she was going to say that.
Supporters are gathered outside Trump Tower as we speak. Let's take a drive down. We'll report live. Primary sourcing. What do you think, Ray?
Listen, you think Trump's going to talk tonight?
Oh, I think, well.
Trump is going out.
I don't know.
Yeah, yes, he will.
Trump is going out. If they call us tonight, Trump is going out.
Hell yeah.
Trump is going out there.
Dave.
The same way Obama did. He's going out there.
Well, I guess he can. He's in his home.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Well, no, they had a separate party in West Palm. Didn't they have like they were watching at home, but he had a whole separate party going on somewhere else, didn't he?
Trump is in
No, there's no.
That's what I said. He's in a Bronx barbershop right now. He's getting Trump is getting a fade in the Bronx right now.
Dave, there's a section of Mar-a-Lago that has a big.
Right.
It's beautiful, by the way.
But let me ask a question. So let's assume tonight that Trump wins. Let's assume. Well, we know Republicans have the Senate. But if they don't get the House, where does that leave us? What can Trump do with a Senate that he can't do with the House without the House?
It's hard to say because it depends on, the Senate could go for, pass legislation, but then the House has to approve that legislation before then it gets to the president's desk. So,
But I think they did get the House too, no?
No.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Right now, the House is 184 to 155.
I mean, come on,
the Republicans only gained one seat.
And even if there is legislation passed, 2/3 majority in the House could overturn the president signing it.
Neither one's gonna have 2/3 majority. Neither side. Right. I got another Bill Ackman post for us. Are we in the mood for another Bill Ackman post?
Absolutely not.
Let's have a vote.
This
is democracy.
Let's ask our viewers.
All right, viewers. Do we want to read the Bill Ackman?
They're mostly Pennsylvania
Ann
people
says do it.
or Republic. Of course she would.
Ann says
A
do it.
Pennsylvania sympathizer. Matt will
Oh,
probably say it too.
I guess my
Oh,
dad is watching. He said the
oh,
Republicans.
Matt's chiming in.
Republicans did win the House.
Matt believes there's going to be riots in New York City. Busy week.
All right.
Not saying for
Bill
a
Ackman
fact, just
says
guessing.
he's being critical of the media. He says it is absurd. Hold on a second. I'm going to get the echo. It is absurd that CNN refuses to call states that have clearly been won by Donald Trump in order to create the perception that the election remains close. Perhaps this. You're muted, Ray. Sorry. Perhaps this is CNN now. Conservative News Network. Perhaps this is simply to retain viewers to drive advertising revenue and ratings, but it will certainly cause a loss of even more confidence in the news network. To the New York Times credit, they have had a Trump victory as an 89% probability for nearly an hour. And your mic's back on.
Well, CNN still hasn't called Connecticut either. It's like everyone else is calling for it. So again, Bill Ackerman, I would say keep up to date.
Can you say his name right, please?
So
it's Ackman.
The Republicans.
No, he needs to
Republicans
cite
won the House,
fact
and then
correctly.
let me see what the Senate looks like.
Senate's still 51 to the Republicans.
So that means they got both.
No, they don't have the House. Well, they have more in the House right now, but they don't have a majority. It's 184 to 155.
Oh.
But
what do you need for majority?
218. Yeah.
Okay.
The House is still not decided.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. You need 218.
Oh, Ange said do it. It wasn't about the Ackman tweet. It was about going to Trump Tower live. You going to call out for work for me tomorrow? Going to come sub my classes? I'm never going to get up for work in the morning. Oh, my God.
That's going to be so messed up tomorrow because you know how many people are going to call out? And I'm going to, this is crazy.
I might go in late. My first class is until third period. I might call and say, hey, I'm coming late. My first class is until 9:30.
Lucky you. I'll be there at 7 o'clock.
I need to. Ray, do me a favor. Give me those tears. I think Anderson Cooper's an undercover Trump supporter.
What?
I think he's a closeted. I think he's a closeted Trump supporter.
I see that, Ange. Thank you.
Look at her. She don't look happy. She don't look happy.
Who are we talking about? Oh.
Let me ask you a question. Does Kamala get a refund for? On behalf.
You are stuck on this rally with Beyonce is something that's tickling you. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, they got her to climb out of,
She's hiding because of Diddy.
You know,
that's old hat. The Beyonce of the '60s was the Rat Pack, and Frank Sinatra and Sammy Davis Jr. and Peter Lawford campaigned for the Kennedys, for John F. Kennedy. This is not new stuff. Marilyn Monroe sang "Happy Birthday" to him, kissed him on his cheek. Like this is.
But this is
old hat. This is not new.
Yes and no, because let's be real.
Their star
They
was
pulled
then
out
was
all
just as,
the stops. They did everything they. I mean,
of course,
they.
as
I
you
mean,
should. You running
this
for the highest.
Beyonce didn't even promote her own album, and she comes out for this in the 11th hour.
That's the problem. The Republicans think that
Come on.
The celebrities are just supposed to come just to promote their own things and not for the
Ray's making a drink.
But see, but the people have spoken in this. The people have spoken in this. The people have spoken in this election, and they have told you. The people have spoken in this election.
Guys, I got some updates.
Told you,
Update.
Pennsylvania numbers.
You got a Coke in here?
Huh?
No.
There's regular
Ray, you
Coke.
got a
Regular-
Coke?
the Coke
I
Zero
took a
is
regular
basic.
Coke. No, regular
There's
Coke.
regular Coke in it.
I
So-
need caffeine, actually.
So Pennsylvania, with 93% of the vote in, 51.1 Trump, 47.8 Kamala, a margin of 220,000 votes. It's the Amish.
Who's that according to?
It's the Amish, it's the Karen Grullas, it's the low propensity women from the rural areas. I can't hear you without a mic because I have these noise cancellation. No, that's on CNN.
Oh, CNN.
I mean, the numbers are CNN, the conjecture's me. Pennsylvania. So if Trump's at 246 now, that puts him at 265.
That puts him at 265.
And he only needs one other state.
6 more.
And he's ahead. Michigan's at 64%. He's killing it in Michigan. Wisconsin's at 89%. He's up by 4% there. 120,000 votes. Arizona's only at 52%, and it's tighter than a drum.
If Kamala doesn't win, does Eminem get his black card revoked?
So fucking stupid.
And Nevada's going to go to Trump too. Nevada is 70% in, and it's 51 to 47.
You ask Dave if when we know whether or not, do we know whether or not, like, these numbers, there's no more counting that needs to be done in certain states?
Ray, it's over.
Oh,
Ray's looking for more votes to count. Anybody have a ballot dump for him?
What about your absentee ballot? Was it counted?
They start counting those when they open them, when they close the polls.
Yeah, but have they finished? That's the thing.
Ray, what they do is they look and see how many outstanding absentees are there. If there's only 1,000 or 10,000 absentees, but someone's there by 30, it doesn't matter.
That's true. I'm just saying.
Why are you here, not over there? Are we calling it a night? Let's call it a night.
No, leave the hot mics hot. Leave the mics hot. Leave the mics hot. You can, yeah.
All right, let me see if I can get CNN up here. And
Bad man.
folks, we're going to call it a night. We'll leave the mics on. We'll leave the stream on. But I'm going to go watch MSNBC drown in a pool of tears. But let me see if I can find a CNN feed.
Thanks for the tears, Ray.
Here's CNN.
Thanks for the tears, Ray.
Before we
And
go,
to
I
all
want
of
to
you
say
out
thanks
there.
to... Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. I was just thanking Ray for the tears.
Oh. Guys, thanks everybody who came to watch tonight. We still have 6 people watching.
Thank you guys.
Hope you had fun. Hope we added some level of entertainment to your night.
John for wait.
And I'm going to fire up CNN, and that's it. Have a good night. Oh, that's Ray. That's Ray. All right, let me see what I got to do here. Guest only. And turn that on.
149 views. A lot of people.